Africa is not on the margins. Africa is in motion. Not just a destination for ideas, but a generation making them real. From innovators and thinkers to community builders and decision makers, it is here that insights are born from lived experience and translated into action that matters. Measured not in charts alone, but in confidence, change, and impact. This year, for the first time ever, ESOMAR comes to Africa, not just to gather voices, but to amplify them, to celebrate research that is rooted in context, to champion work that shapes policy, brands, communities, futures. Here, we are not asking what insights can explain. We're asking how they can transform. Stories of innovation, solutions that scale, data that drives decisions, insights that impact lives. Whether it's from Nairobi, Accra, Johannesburg, or across this vibrant continent, today the world listens. This is Africa in Focus.
Jumbo. Jumbo, good morning. Bonjour. It's a great honor and a deeply meaningful moment to welcome you to Nairobi and to officially open the first ESOMAR Africa Conference. On behalf of ESOMAR, I extend our warmest welcome to all of you who have traveled from across Africa and from around the world to be here today. Your presence sends a powerful signal that Africa is not only part of the global data, research and insight conversation, but that it is increasingly shaping its direction and its future. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our local host, partners and organizing committee. Your leadership, commitment and collaboration have made this milestone possible. Nairobi is a fitting place for this first gathering, an outward-looking city known for innovation, entrepreneurship and connection, and a bridge between regions, disciplines and ideas. Today is about more than opening a conference. It's about making a commitment. A commitment by ESOMAR to deepen our engagement with Africa's research, data and insights communities. A commitment to long-term partnership, not episodic presence. And a commitment to listening, because meaningful progress begins with understanding local realities, not projecting external assumptions. Since 1947, when ESOMAR was created, ESOMAR has existed to advance market, social, and opinion research worldwide. At the center of this mission is a simple but powerful belief that high-quality evidence, gathered responsibly and interpreted thoughtfully, leads to better decisions and ultimately to better outcomes for people and societies. That belief is underpinned by the ICC ESOMAR Code. The code is a global benchmark for ethical and professional research practice. It's not merely a set of technical guidelines. It's a shared commitment to respect individuals, protect participants, ensure transparency, and uphold public trust in data and evidence. Wherever research is conducted and however methodologies evolve, this principle remains non-negotiable. In a time of rapid technology change, where artificial intelligence, passive data collection, and advanced analytics are reshaping our profession and our industry, the code provides a clear ethical compass. It ensures that innovation never comes at the expense of human dignity, informed consent, privacy, or accountability. It reminds us that while data may be scalable, responsibility is not optional. Crucially, the ICC ISOMA code is designed to be globally consistent, yet locally applicable. It recognizes that ethical research must be grounded in cultural context, regulatory environments, language, and lived experience. This makes it especially relevant across Africa's diverse market, where global standards must be applied with care, insight, respect, not imposed without adaptation. Africa today stands at the intersection of powerful global forces. It's the world's youngest continent, one of the fastest growing and among its most dynamic. This conference is an opportunity to put lights on Kenya and on the whole African region. Across the continent, we see extraordinary innovation in research practice, mobile-first methodologies, community-based approaches, hybrid qualitative and quantitative designs, and creative responses to infrastructure and access challenges. We see researchers working with resilience, ingenuity, and strong ethical judgment. And we see broad demand from businesses, governments, and civil society for insights that are locally grounded and globally credible. Over the coming days, this conference will showcase that richness. You will hear African and global voices discussing methodology, technology, trust, representation, business, and society impact. You will engage in conversation that strengthen our shared understanding of what responsible, high-quality insight look like today and tomorrow. At ISOMA, we are clear. Global principles are strongest when they are shaped through partnership. That's why this event matters. It creates a platform for Africa voices to lead. It strengthens professional networks across borders and disciplines. And it reinforces the role of insight professionals as trusted stewards of data, accountable not only to clients and organizations, but to the people whose lives are represented in the data we analyze. I would also like to recognize the breadth of the community gathered here. You represent research agencies, client organizations, technology providers, academia, public institutions, and students. The challenges we face, economic uncertainty, social change, climate risk, public trust, and opportunities for growth and a better society can't be addressed in silos. They require collaboration across sectors, generations, and perspectives. To those attending an ISOMA conference for the first time, welcome. We hope you find this community rigorous, inclusive, and supportive. To our long-standing members, thank you for helping ISOMA expand into new regions and new conversations. And to the next generation of researchers and data professionals here today, your role has never been more critical. The future of evidence-based decision-making depends on your skill, your integrity, and your willingness to ask better, more meaningful questions. As we begin this conference, I encourage you to engage fully, challenge assumptions, including your own, share successes, but also lessons learned, build relationships that last beyond these days in Nairobi, and always keep people at the center of your work, because while data may be abstract, the life it represents are not. Let me close by returning to why we are here. The first ISOMA Africa conference, it's not an endpoint, it's a beginning of deeper presence, stronger partnerships, and shared leadership between ISOMA and Africa's Insight community. We are proud to take this step with you, and we are committed to walking this path together, guided by innovation, grounded in ethics, and anchored by the ICC ISOMA Code. Thank you for being part of this historic moment. Thank you for your dedication to quality, responsibility, and impact. I wish you an inspiring, challenging, and rewarding conference. L'Afrique est multilingue, donc francophone. Je vais donc m'adresser également à vous en français. C'est un immense honneur pour moi et pour ISOMA d'organiser notre premier événement régional ici en Afrique. Grâce à votre implication, votre énergie sans faille et vos idées, votre confiance, nous avons pu ensemble construire cette conférence. Je remercie chaleureusement les orateurs, le comité de programme et les sponsors. Pendant ces 2 jours, nous aurons l'occasion de découvrir, d'apprendre, de partager. Je vous invite donc à rencontrer les participants, les orateurs, pour ensemble imaginer le métier que vous voulez pour le continent africain demain. Merci, thank you, welcome to Isomar Africa in Focus 2026. Thank you so much and welcome again. We are also live streaming this event, so a warm welcome to our online community who couldn't join us in person. We live stream on YouTube and on LinkedIn. Thank you for tuning in from all around the world. It's very important for us to acknowledge the local support we have on the ground. Having representatives across the globe is one of Isomar's greatest strengths. Our representatives act as a bridge between Isomar's global mission and the realities of the local markets, connecting members, fostering collaboration, and ensuring that every voice from every region is heard. And of course, this couldn't be different here in Kenya. Having said that, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Jonathan Karanja, Isomar representative for Kenya, who will deliver our local welcome. Welcome, Jonathan.
Good morning. Jambo. Well, it gives me great pleasure to be able to see a room full of insight professionals and to finally be able to say that Isomar is in Africa, isn't it? Isomar is in Africa, and each of you are among the first, right? So the first thing you're going to do for me is you're going to fist bump your neighbor and tell him, I was there for the first Isomar conference. Fist bump your neighbor. I had some slides. I hope they'll appear. But as they appear, let me just go ahead and be able to deliver the welcoming speech. As was said, my name is Jonathan Karanja. I'm the Managing Director of Frontier Consulting. I'm also the Isomar Kenya representative. Indeed, it's a profound honor as a fellow Insight professional. Let me just confirm if it's still there. As a fellow Insight professional, to be able to welcome both the Pan-African and the global family to Nairobi. To welcome you to the very first Isomar conference on African soil, and to welcome you to the continent of rhythm and dance. We started off with dance, and I'm sure we'll be able to end it with dance. But also the Insight journey is also about dance, and I'll explain it in a bit. So for about 20 years, I've navigated our vibrant African markets. I've seen the Insight journey from a data point on a page to a central pillar of strategy. Like many of you, especially like many of you, I have collected data on paper, and now I'm beginning to embrace agentic AI and digital twins. I'm still wrapping my head around that, but the reality is that in 20, 25 years, research of the Insight industry has progressed in leaps and bounds. Like many of you, I have moved from periodic Insight snapshots to clients to continuous systemic intelligence that we all deliver to our partners. And I have witnessed a beautiful and sometimes challenging dance, the dance between the insight generators and those who buy and apply insights. That dance is a heartbeat of our industry, right? And this room is filled with both the partners of that dance, the insight generators and the buyers of insight. So as we gather under the theme of Africa in Focus, turning insight into action, this is a renewed clarion call to all of us. It's our chance to perfect that dance, to move in sync, because Africa is no longer a passive subject. We are the active authors of our next chapter. The minds of the insight professionals in this room have been sharpened by belonging to this continent, have been sharpened by analytical prowess, have been sharpened by lived nuance across the different diverse cultures here, have been sharpened by necessity. The minds in this room are now global thought leaders par excellence. the minds in this room have witnessed local and international brands engage consumers with assumption and live with revelation. Oh, there we go. And live with revelation. Okay? So there's a story to be told about Africa, and we are going to tell that story. So this week, or these next 2 days, we'll be talking about an AI-driven innovation, but it's important for us to ask a couple of questions. It's important for us to be able to ask how AI can be trained in African languages. And that's about 1,500 plus in total. How AI can be framed with our ethical frameworks. How we can create insights that are not just faster, but are also truer. How AI can also help us to be able to, at scale, finally match the diversity that's available in our continent. But technology alone is not the answer. The magic happens in the space between generation and application. This conference is that space. The conference is a platform to imagine the role of insights. We must push beyond what is to so what, and beyond so what to now what. Let me address the insight generators who are in this room, the agencies, the researchers, the data scientists. Indeed, our task is beyond a report. It's to deliver a catalyst. We must build bridges of understanding and not just dashboards. We must use AI not to distance us from the human story, but to uncover its deepest layers and present it with compelling clarity. We must choose to belong to the insight communities, whether it's your local association, MSRA, SAMRA, NIMRA, or AMRA, or ESOMA. We must choose to belong so it can foster continental and global dialogue for us to raise the insight bar together. To our esteemed buyers, the clients in the room, the brand owners, the corporates, the NGOs, the leaders, challenge us, push us beyond the obvious. Bring us your toughest problems, but also invite us into your boardrooms and to your strategy sessions. But invite us sooner, so that our insights are more relevant. Share your real-world frictions that you face in taking action, so that we can co-create insights that are inherently actionable. Indeed, the most powerful insight is the one that's already built for implementation. So over the next 2 days, let's move from a transactional dance to a transformative partnership. Let's forge alliances with the generators of methodological ingenuity and allow that to be able to meet the insight buyers' courageous operational courage. Where insights in Casablanca's youth culture will be able to model a continental-wide campaign. Where data on sustainable farming in Malawi will be able to form or inform an NGO about what intervention model to use. Where the youth population in Madagascar can future-proof brands in Kinshasa. We're here to champion bold thinking. So let our conversations be brave and our connections intentional. Let's not just exchange cards, let's exchange commitments to pilot a new approach, a new AI tool, to form a joint task force, to turn one significant insight from the next 2 days into a tangible, pilot, actionable program. In my view, based on the content before us, that's been very well curated by DJ and his team, the people in this room that I'm looking around and seeing, may our focus remain sharp, our energy be tangible, our resolve be very clear. May our dance be fruitful. And the dance floor is officially open. Thank you and welcome.
Yeah, 1, 2. Yes, thank you, Jonathan, for this inspiring welcome. Thank you so much. I would like also to take this opportunity to express our deepest appreciation to our local association and host, MSRA, Marketing and Social Research Association, for their incredible support and partnership. We are also grateful to Kenya for welcoming us, for hosting us so warmly. Asante sana, MSRA and Kenya. Thank you so much. And now, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge our program committee. We are very grateful to their dedication and commitment in making this event possible. They have spent months reviewing paper, meeting with speakers, and shaping this event to ensure it meets the highest standards. A particular thank you goes to Dharmendra Jain, founder and CEO at Actionable AI, for his exceptional leadership as our program committee chair. Please welcome DG, who will introduce our program and first keynote speaker.
Good morning. Ekaro. Bonjour. Salama. And my difficult one. Hui More. Namaste. Good morning, everyone. Karibu, Kenya. It's so exciting, isn't it? Welcome to the first ever SMR conference in Africa. It's indeed a fantastic moment, isn't it? We are already feeling we are part of this historic moment, right? And I must say that it is, personally also, I feel that it's very special for me because this year I will be completing my 20th year in Africa. Thank you. Well, that's Africa for you, yeah? It embraces you, isn't it? My kids literally grew up in Nigeria, and my new baby, Actionable AI, is literally born here. So it's my new home. Well, I would like to say that as a program committee chair, it is my absolute honor and privilege to be part of this historic moment on behalf of the entire program committee. We tried our best to bring the very inspiring piece, our innovation, and what actually people think from outside is different. So I think the objective over here is to bring something which people do not expect, or perhaps bring Africa to the better understanding from the outside. All right, but before I go into, delve into the program nitty-gritty, I would like to share one story, maybe something which deserves this attention. So it was around early 2023, and I was very fortunate and privileged to be elected as a SOMAR Council member, and it was my first council meeting, and I was the only one from Africa, Asia Pacific. And we were going through the calendar of SMR events across the globe. And there was APAC, there was LATAM. And I said, where is Africa here? It was a very innocent question. And I think that has started a conversation around that. But it does not mean that SMR was not there. There was a lot of activities going on. Community Circle was there. We have Anna Lu over here, who is a force behind activating SMR activities within Africa, and supported by various representatives from Morocco, Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria. So a lot has gone. So Joachim, who is a former DG of SMR, he's started sharing the update, what's happening in this in Africa. And Analu actually took us through that. And that was the time. Then the council realized that it is time for us to really activate. And 2023 onward, Africa Plan has progressed. The number of community circles were going on. A lot of activities were going on. And I think whenever we were meeting in the SMR Congress, we were always talking about what is coming. So it is really a great pleasure to be part of this journey. And I am so happy to be here, standing in front of you, being part of this historic moment. Now, theme is Africa in Focus. And why it is time for Africa and why now? Because 20 years back when I came to Africa, my understanding or my impression was very short term. I thought I'll go for just 1 year run, 2 years run, but then 2 years become 3 years, 4 years, and here we are, okay? But there is certain thing which how Africa has been perceived from outside. And it is very important for us to bring that the real image, or I would say understanding of Africa. And Africa gives you what, basically? I would like to say that the impression from outside is Africa is catching up. It's around 10, 15 years behind. But the facts are telling a different story. Africa is not catching up. It's leapfrogging. If you look at some of the stats, it is home for 1.4 billion people, thousands of languages, 54 countries. And if you know the fact that the average median age of a person is 19 years, so it's the biggest youth population in the world. Future belongs to Africa. And some of the facts I would like to say, Safaricom in the room over here are very proud. They have given a blueprints of mobile money to the world. We have around 77% Gen Zs are actually going through on social media. And the online shopping trends are going every year on year, 223% growth. I think this is something really different what people assume or understand from outside. And it is our duty as inside professionals to bring that out. So, Africa in focus, while we are talking about consumers, how they are transforming and how continent is transforming, and it is how the duty of the inside professionals to bring that thing very clearly. And that has been gone as a key theme when we were setting up the programs, Africa in focus, cracking the code of youth. You know, how Ipsos and other companies are actually cracking the Africa code to bring the growth. How Kantar is bringing sustainability to really make a brand understand why sustainability matters when it comes to Africa and others. Now, if you look at other second section of the program where we are bringing some innovations, how AI is being used to understand the African consumers, what kind of product test technology methods you should really apply to understand. We have Hello Era in the room. They are really challenging or innovating to the core where they're bringing AR, VR into the methodologies. We have AI panel. We have youth panel. And this program should really bring something which is perhaps we understand or we talk, but we do not know it is already happening over here. So I hope in next 2 days, you are going to enjoy the content and also participate into this and write a new story of Africa. So now I will move to our keynote speaker introduction, and it's my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Thebe Ikalafong. When I was talking about Africa, it sounds like a very exciting, optimistic. But actually, when you hear him, I might look like somebody who's just scratching the surface. Okay, we have someone who is an authority on brand Africa worldwide, who has been recognized as the foremost branding authority in Africa by New African Magazine. Africa's Brand Architect by Jenny Magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Thebe Ikalafong, who isn't just a name in branding or in Africa. He is a voice and a mirror through which Africa sees its worth, tells its story, and reclaims its rightful place in the world. A trailblazing Hall of Fame, global African, and unrelenting advocate for a brand-led African renaissance. His life's work is rooted in reclaiming Africa's identity, reshaping its narrative, and affirming its global influence. Drawing on more than a decade of Brand Africa, Africa's best brands research and ranking of brands in Africa over 13 African countries. Ikalafong explores how inherited value, hierarchies, trust deficits, policy misalignment, and weak market activation continue to undermine Africa-centered consumer and institutional choices. For over 30 years, he has been at the forefront of strategy, culture, and identity, helping nations, corporations, and creators build purpose-led brands. He is the founder of Brand Leadership Group, a multidisciplinary advisory at the intersection of strategy, creativity, and intellectual property law. He is the founder and the chairman of Brand Africa and the architect of Brand Africa 100, Africa's Brands Initiative, the most definite consumer-led survey and ranking brands on the scene. It's definitely so inspiring. Yesterday I had a quick chat with him and I came to know I have met someone who has traveled so far. So Theve is the person who actually traveled to each and every country on the island of Africa. And he has traveled every single continent. So Clifton is a trusted advisor, leader, and a mentor who works across private and public bridges, commerce, governance, creativity, and diplomacy. He has been widely recognized among the 100 most influential Africans and earned honorary doctorates from University of South Africa and the University of Johannesburg for his contributions to branding industry and Africa. So, without further ado, I would like to call Mr. Theve Kalafon. Please give a round of applause.
It's working? I thought you finished my speech already. But I'm here. So maybe I'll say the last 3 lines that he didn't finish. Good morning. Good morning, Kenya. So I've traveled everywhere, as you've been told. I've been to multiple places. And I may not be the only one who is completely lost here. So some of you may also be lost. So I just wanted to make sure I'm at the right place, at the right time, at the right hour. But I'll use a simple exercise to see where we are, if we're all in the right place here. So, this study was done by some university that wouldn't let some president's son in, and he sulked about it. But we're not going to talk about it. And apparently, people organize their lives in 3 sets of 3 symbols. They say some people, organize their lives in triangles in their rooms. When you go to the rooms, it's like nice triangles. Others, when you go to the rooms, it's beautiful boxes. And others, it's just circles. Circles, complete things. So I just want to see if I'm in the right room. Who here organizes their lives in triangles? The study says those who organize their lives in triangles are typically the creative people. So we're definitely not in the creative room. How about the square, though? The square must be at least the square somewhere. Folks, please, I know all of us in research, so mathematics is very important, especially, let's just say arithmetic is important. So all of us have to vote for something. We are not taking abstentions. So the square people, about 10. The study says those who organize in squares are typically the ones who think out of the box. We have a second problem. Christine, we don't have creative people in the room. We don't have people who think out of the box. And DJ here was talking about the future is here. By a show of hands. Remember, you only had 3 choices. Who organizes their lives in circles? Yes, the whole room. The study says those people are the people who have only 3 things in their mind. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Folks, am I in the right room? I knew, so I prepared correctly. So that's exactly what we're going to talk about, because I have prepared properly for us for today. So we're living in an interesting continent. It's a different brand of a continent. We started around 1884. I'm so glad there are no white people here, so we can talk about them in their absence. And especially nobody from Germany and from Belgium. So we're just going to sit among us, because I only see Africans. Yeah, so I'm very excited. Because, those white folks that go around some table there in Berlin in 1884 to cut up the continent into bits and pieces. No, that's how we ended up with these 54 countries, islands, which are not ours or ours. I don't understand how it works. And then, by the way, I know you said, Tebe, why you bring up things from 1884? It's so past. Can we just move on? Yes, let's move on. So Madonna came to Africa, and he was looking to come to South Africa first. They're like, no. Oprah Winfrey has got that one covered. You go to Malawi, and you'll be fine there. So you can see, the continent is still being carved into pieces, right? And then, folks, people are just chopping here. They're eating from the continent. This continent is a place. They're fighting for our coffee. They are busy fighting with the Nigerians. I'm sitting with Nigerians right now outside. You know how they are with their jollof, and Ghanaians jollof. So let me tell you, when Jamie Oliver created this jollof, the Nigerians and the Ghanaians went mad. Now, why you go with that jollof? Jollof is ours now. Now you touch us at the wrong place. And then they're busy also, taking our bags. But folks, this bag, we always had it. But until Louis Vuitton put it on the shelf, then Africans were like, oh, everybody please watch me. I've got my bag with me. Then they call you names. Shithole continent. For this continent, it's a different brand of a place, a different brand of a place, It is, I'm trying to see if my slides are working. Yes, they're working. But as Fela Kuti says, 99 Fela Kuti is a great Fela Kuti. Was inaugurated, got the Grammy Lifetime Achievement on Monday, or something a couple of days ago. Now, Fela was crazy. He used to walk around with underpants in his house. Now, when I went to Fela's house, I was like, there were so many underpants. He's got more underpants than women have got panties. You should go to that house. They've even displayed them in this house. In this house. So you go to Lagos one day, please do yourself a favor. If you need an extra underpant, you'll find one there. And Fela says, everything you know about the continent is not true. The people go around in 1963, 32 presidents, and they created what you call the Organization of African Unity. It's about, let's look at the continent differently from an opportunity perspective. So, but me, I don't believe what people say. So I got on the journey myself. I said, let me just see what's happening. Morocco, Malawi, Mozambique. Let me see what's happening in those countries. So you can imagine, I had to move from, some places were interesting. To go to Cabo Verde, I had to go to Portugal. Because, the master still has the keys. I was in Senegal and I wanted to get to Guinea-Bissau next door. I had to go to Morocco to come down. Can you imagine so you can imagine what of a journey I took around this continent. And I did everything that we should all do when we travel, folks. We did everything. I bungee jumped. I hung out with my friends in Rwanda, the gorillas, the silverbacks. I ate in Libya. I saw Gaddafi's son was sent to meet his maker yesterday. There was me in thing. Hung out with the Maasais. The Maasai trip was interesting because when I arrived at Kamanga, I think it's Kamanga, and I thought I was still in Kenya. And I saw a sign because I said to the Uber driver, let's just go for a ride. We drove for an hour too. We arrived at the place and it says, welcome to Tanzania. I'm like, I'm okay, let's make the best of it. Hang out with my Maasai. So anyway, I've been to the rest of the continent, done anything you can think of, from bungee jumping, climbing Kilimanjaro a couple of times, or everything. That's how you travel, folks. You don't travel by sitting in a hotel room with a laptop open. And then go back and say to people, see my stamp, I was in another country. And I ate everything that you have to eat. I didn't even know what it was until I finished eating, by the way. When I finished eating, I said to my driver, Because we're passing out now, we're leaving, we're driving. As we're driving out, we see on the side, I see this beautiful animal being scalded, being chopped into pieces. I said, what are they preparing? He says, it's the fresh meat you just had, sir. That's the beauty about travel, because they say if you hate the country, you don't like the food, you don't like the customs, you hate the religion, it's better to stay home. Just stay home. Just stay home. So I'm glad you guys are eating cockroaches here in Kenya. You're eating. What else are they serving? I don't know what else they're serving you. All right. Folks, there's a billion reasons to believe in a continent that is growing, urbanizing rapidly, 62% by 2050. You know, by 2 billion people by 2050, that's never been a problem for us Africans. Babies is our specialty. We are doing just fine. Thank you. Like some competitions are so unnecessary. It's like, you know. And we're very young, and we're making money. But of course, you and I in the same business, the business of brands. So to me, part of understanding the continent, I like to understand it from a branding perspective. So let's look at the state of brands in the continent. So over the last 15 years, I've been leading a team with several of my colleagues are from here, from North Africa, from Morocco, Siam, Integrate, from Kantar here as well, there we go. From where else? Kantar, Integrate, I see in the room. So they've been part of my team for Geopol as well. What's Geopol? There we go, there's Geopol. So for those 3 teams for the last 15 years have been part of the team that's been helping us to pull together a lens of the continent, to understand the continent from a branding perspective. And we have done it, interestingly, from 2010 when we started. You can see all the way across the continent. And we've just been increasing and increasing. We've hosted these announcements in multiple places, stock exchanges here, Nigeria, Morocco, Zimbabwe, everywhere else. And what's interesting from a research perspective, you're going to say, yeah, I know, Tebe, just the 2 of you sitting around and counting the number of friends. But you can see where we started. We started with 10 countries in 2010. We are now to 31 countries we covered this year. So it's a true lens of the continent, which is the reach is 85% of the GDP and 85% of the continent's population. That's sort of how we've done. So when we speak about African brands, we really know what we're talking about. And it is the most Pan-African, it is the only research-based, and it is independent. Nobody pays to be part of it. So, very interesting. And you can see where we are. We're looking at populations. When you look at the study, over 150,000 brand mentions, but only about 6,000 unique brands, actually, 5,000 now. But when you look at it, just the scale of it is quite incredible what we do with that. And here's the story of Africa. Only 18% of the brands that Africans admire or believe in are made in Africa. So you can see the challenge that we're facing as a people, as a continent. Only 18% of the brands that Africans admire are made in Africa. Most of them come from Europe, led by Adidas. Americas, led by Nike. Asia, led by Samsung. And in South Africa, M10 is the number 1 brand, 18 countries, 300 million, the 10th biggest mobile company in the world, the biggest in the continent. So you can see where we are. And then, of course, when you want to see where we are, I need to see the technology is the number 1, luxury and consumer and non-cyclical are the top categories. We did something this year as well. We wanted to see which, when we look at, was shifting geopolitics. We wanted to see where the brands are coming from. And we realized that 81% of the brands come from G20 countries. So we're like, okay, now everybody's talking about BRICS and BRICS Plus. Only 20% come from the BRICS countries. We then did something else this year. We then said, let's try and see which is the most influential country in Africa. When you just look at pure numbers, America is obviously influential because everybody's got something American right now. You can go through this whole room. Everybody's got something American on their table. But when we said, but that's not a fair competition, let's look at FDI. The countries truly influencing from investing in the countries, but also the number of brands. When you look at it, America still leads. But then we said that is also not fair. We actually have to do a weighted average. because now we have to weight against the population of these countries. I think against GDP of these countries. So guess which country rises to the top? Britain and France. It probably doesn't make a difference. It probably makes all the world sense, because those were the two dominant colonies in Africa. So they've influenced the continent both from culture and products in many ways, and also from media. Most of the media that we follow from are from those countries. So you can see how if you weight the numbers, you can see which countries are probably a realistic look at the continent. And which are the number one brands across boards. The number one, the most. So we then ask a question: which international brands are contributing to a better Africa? They're like Coke, of course, because Africans think Coke is American. Coke is African. So these are the brands that have influenced, that are seen by African consumers to contribute to a better Africa. And you probably know them all because Nike, Coca-Cola, Samsung, Toyota. These brands. Probably all of us have intersect with them, probably 9 out of 10 times every day. Just go do a test for yourself and see. Then we ask the question: what are the top 10 leading brands in Africa? Number one brands in Africa, not African brands. Number one brands in Africa: Nike for 7 years in a row, and MTN in Africa. Then we ask the question: which brands are African? When we look at the whole list, so we separated what is truly African, and look at the rest of the list. Africans are confused. They're like, African brands? Oh, you're talking about Coke now. Coke, Nike, Techno, those are African brands. So you can see how strongly these brands are ingrained in the African culture. They are shaping the African consumers, African tastes, and all those. To me, that's how I look at it. Then we ask the question: what is the most influential country in Africa, or which African country is contributing to a better Africa, rather? Oh, sorry. I thought. Hold your questions till next year. So South Africa. Nigeria, I think those two, they're always there together, because it's like the two big bulls are always fighting. So I had to, as I walk in, I had to apologize to all my Nigerian friends. And I'm okay with, I still love you. Then Nigeria. And then, Morocco. I think Morocco has been on a very strong Pan-African drive for the last several years. His Majesty has made it his vision to drive a Pan-African agenda. Rwanda, interesting. It shows you one thing: it's not the size that matters, it is the impact. And you can see what happens with what Rwanda does. What Rwanda does is when Rwanda arrives, it makes an impact. Yesterday we all watched the league. Those who all follow football, we watched the league finals, the league semi-finals. Visit Rwanda in UK, all over the world. So it shows you it's sometimes some of the small decisions which make the biggest impact that matter. Then we asked the question. Then I looked at the brands over the last 15 years and over 10 years. When you look at the brands over the last 10 years, you can see Africans who have not really built great brands for many years. We're still focusing, break African brands over the last few years. And then when you look at the categories of African brands, I think you should have expected it. Alcohol, money, food, and airtime. When we've got those as Africans, we are happy. We are happy. We've got money to spend on alcohol, on booze, and we've got money to spend on airtime, and we've got money to spend on food. And when you look at the categories which are led by non-Africans brands, we only drive. You know us. What do you mean now? Me drive a Katanga from Ghana. I can't do that. Must be an American. But now the Chinese. I was in Ethiopia. Pretty much all of Ethiopia is Chinese cars now. South Africa, Chinese cars are taking over. So you're going to see how these are going to be shifting. Of course, technology and fashion. And then if you go into your closets this morning, into your pantry, all the brands that you use are going to come from those few brands in the middle, those brand groups in the middle. So here's the challenge for the continent. It's Ali Mazrui, who's Tanzanian and Kenyan, former Harvard professor, is late now, a few years ago. He said something important. He says, Africa produces what it doesn't consume and consumes what it doesn't produce. That is the challenge that we are facing as a continent. That's the challenge or the opportunity that we are facing as a continent. It depends on how you look at it. Then we asked another question this year, and it says 66% of Africans believe in Africa, but they're not loyal to African brands. So you can see the African brand paradox we are dealing with. That is the biggest challenge for this continent. We love Africa, but please don't serve me anything African. It's just good for the gram to say I love Africa. That's how we are. So I think it's time for a country and continental agenda, and that's pretty much what I've been sort of driving the last few years, or more so now, and asking myself the question: how do we move this agenda forward? How do we get Africa to truly take advantage of the opportunity and the moments? The shifting geopolitics, as I've said, the shifting interests everywhere else. The opportunities are here. Everybody's coming here into the continent. So what do we need to do? We need to do what everybody else is doing. We need to do what, if you look at Macron says we need to focus on made in Europe. If Macron can say it, you look at the Indians, they say we need to focus on make it India. You look at the Chinese are driving, made in China. If all of them are doing this, and America in the Trump era says, buy America. Folks, none of these countries are doing anything wrong. They are doing what we should also be doing for our own countries. So in 1933, the American Congress enacted the Buy American Act. And the act said, at least 50% of anything procured by the government of the United States of America must come from American labor, American talent, and American factories. So why can't we all be saying the same thing about the continent in Africa? Donald said it well this year. He says, I ordered the federal government to live by two very simple rules: buy American and high American. You know, it's called America First, folks. He added, the philosophy of my administration is simple. If we can build it, grow it, and make it in the United States, we will. We all should be selfish about our countries. I have no problem with Donald Trump's agenda. I have a problem with lack of African agenda. Africans, the only first thing they do quickly, as soon as they get their passports, they want to run there and go get somebody who's going to tell the master from the bedroom what's happening. Or you run away quickly to, run away quickly to something Africa. America, Africa, France, Africa, Europe, Africa. Folks, what is the common subject? Africa. So if they want to talk about Africa, there's only one place they should come to: Africa. We should not be running to them to go discuss our agenda. The problem with us is that we like a bunch of sheep. We just meh. Matter of fact, all of us are still here. If you can see us. You look at the judiciaries, all of them are still wearing sheep heads on their head. And you're like, why are we spending $50 million every year on buying these hairs? Jay Naidu said it well. He says, China has an agenda for Africa. America has got an agenda for Africa. Europe has an agenda for Africa. Everyone has got an agenda for Africa. What is Africa's agenda? We need to have our own agenda. Because that's how we are going to be able to compete as equals. By the way, we did have an agenda before. So in 1963, Kwame Nkrumah, on the 24th of May, put out a master plan. He says, as a continent, we should have a common market for Africa. AfCFTA was only agreed in 2018. He said this in 1963. What have we been doing all this time? He says we need to come up with an African currency. Instead of having the euro come to Francophone Africa and call it CFR. He says we need to have our own monetary zone, our own central bank, etc., etc., etc. We did have an agenda. The problem that we've had as a continent is that, as Lumumba says, we start things that we do not finish as a continent. Africa starts things, it never finishes. So, folks, it's time to stop begging, to stop blaming, to stop borrowing. It's time to brand, because otherwise he who feeds you controls you. He who feeds you controls you. And that's where we are as a continent. What we need to do now, we need to shift our approach. We need to go towards what I call a brand-led African agenda, a brand-led African renaissance. We need to do what my two good friends, Simon Arnold and Dambisa Moyo said. Dambisa said, aid has created, he says, trillions and trillions of dollars over 50 plus years have created dependency and corruption. Nothing good has come out of aid. Nothing good has come out of aid. My other good friend, Simon Arnold, he said, we need a brand new justice. Use the power of brands to fight for our independence. Sorry, apologize. Where should I point? So we need to stop blaming, stop begging, stop borrowing. We now need to start branding. And that's what I think we need to do as a continent. As someone put it so well, brands of a country more often become a vector of the image of the continent. We see our countries through their brands. We see countries, we know who America is because of their brands. Whether it's a brand of people, DJT, whether it's a brand of other products, every single product that I've mentioned earlier. So we also need to shift how we think. I know we all went to business school, and in business school they taught us funny things. I went to business school in the US, so you can imagine they said, we must think global and act local. But when they say global, they mean think from their lens. I'm saying that, no. We need to think local and act global. You need to be inspired by the insights of the country where you are serving. That's how we're going to shape. I spent 6 years as chief marketing officer for Nike, and they were confused why I never ever used to use three-quarters of the things they used to send from the US. They used to see me everywhere in the world. Bump into them at Cannes. We won more Cannes Lions than them in my tenure at Nike. And they said, how come you don't use any of our work and yet you are doing well? I said, you've answered yourself. We're using the work that is relevant to the countries in the continent that we serve. But we anchored, obviously, on the positioning of the brand globally. So this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to run through what I think should be an agenda that we should all be focusing on. First thing we need to do is we need to reclaim our dignity as Africans. If we are going to compete, we need to reclaim our dignity. We are not going to allow anybody to label us as monkeys or anything else. We are not going to allow anybody to make products that are offensive to us. We are not going to allow anyone who comes up to us and says, if you use our products, you're going to change. We are not going to allow anyone to give us freebies of maize meal and all those when we've got 65% of the world's arable land. We are going to feed ourselves. We are not going to allow anybody to drop their used clothes which smell of sweat from the last 100 years to bring it into a continent and get us to where they are leftovers, because they are killing our industries. What we're going to do is we understand that aid in Africa is not a solution, but the cause of the poverty of the continent. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to reclaim our culture and identity. Now let me tell you a story. So my uncle passed on a month and a half ago. So I went home to Kimberley. And when I got to Kimberley to go see my uncles, to go help prepare for the funeral, then I'm Catholic, born raised Catholic, so I had to go to the church to go find his baptism certificate. Now the Catholics, they keep these things meticulous. They've got the files, so the Catholics, the 3 Catholics in here, 1, 2, 3, they know. They know those files. Those files have got the birth certificate, baptism certificates from the day they were signed, and you get a copy of it. So I went to look for my uncle's because I needed one for him to be buried. So when I look at my uncle's birth certificate, I don't know if you can read it, or you can read it there. So it says top line, what is the Christian name? His Christian name was Bennett. What do you think his African name was labeled as? What do you think was labeled as? I was completely confused, but I found this out in December when I went to bury my uncle. Heathen name. So imagine how I felt. I mean, I knew my uncle was a heathen. Also, I was drinking so much. But the problem is, starts here. When this has been disputed many times, but he said, if the African think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, their native culture, and they'll become what we want them to be. So part of what we need to do to reclaim identity, that's why I was saying, I met a couple of people yesterday, I said we're going to have like a cleansing ceremony, we're going to get rid of all our European names, because we're not European, because the Europeans also don't have African names. So we must all retain our identities. I met a Chinese who looked black here. He still has to explain himself with a Chinese name. So folks, part of reclaiming our identity is not to worry when Donald Trump says no more movies from Africa come to America. We're like, whew, thank God. Because all the movies which came from America were problematic for us. They had Tarzan. They had Lion King. They had Wakanda. Folks, I just want to say, because some of you went to the national, what you call it again, not the museum, yesterday morning. You woke up early, those woke up early, you went to the National Park yesterday, and you saw some of our cousins that we live with every day. I just wonder if Tarzan was around. I'd just like to see what would happen to him. Just want to see. Because obviously those movies don't make sense. Imagine Tarzan says he was swinging from trees, hanging out with lions. You should have tried that yesterday morning. I would just want to see something. What happens when you do that? That's why my friend Professor Mda says, today's generation are so desperate for narratives that validate them and give them some modicum of identity. They have adopted an American-invented Africa, a fantasy that portrays them as heroes and scientists, contributors to world solutions. Folks, Wakanda is just nonsense. It never happened. I know they're going to say, Tebe, you're taking too far, it's just fiction. But still, what we love, who we are, is a young man like Tebe Magugu. This past weekend, I was at his, in Cape Town, and he launched his first suite at the Belmont Mount Nelson Hotel. A luxury suite, multi-million-dollar suite. Never seen anything. It's the first African to win the Louis Vuitton Global Prize. Not Louis Vuitton African Prize. Louis Vuitton Global Prize for design. And he is, if you see the Queen Rani of Jordan, he only wears Tebe Magugu and everybody. I mean, the guys from Louis Vuitton LVMH, they fly to his studio in Joburg, which was voted by Condé Nast as the most beautiful fashion house in the world last year. African. So you see, when you stay, they said to Tebe, Tebe, why don't you move to Paris after you won the prize so we can work with you? He's like, no, but what inspires me is here. I'll come to Paris on weekends and some weeks, but I need to be here where the source is. Burna Boy, closing out Madison Garden. 3/4 of the people in that room didn't hear what he was saying, but they felt him. And that's what matters. Oh, the South Africans with Amapiano everywhere. Amapiano Festival in Dubai. We are not taking our culture as it is where we are, the same way that we've been receiving others' cultures in our countries and our continent. The Nigerians, folks, I know Nigerians are very quick in movies, but don't be jealous just because you guys can't make movies. Because you know Nigerians, they write the script in the morning, at lunchtime, they are in production. By 6 p.m., the movie is out. That's why they beat Hollywood when it comes to movies. I love their movies, by the way, because these movies are weird, because, you know, they're all about witchcraft, about stealing somebody's husband and wife, about, you know, folks, that's our stories. That's why we love the movies, because they speak our language in our own way. That's why, if they don't want us to come to New York Fashion Week, it's okay. We'll have our own Fashion Week in the streets. Because that's just how we roll. If you want to speak to us, you want to sell a product to us, sell it in our language. Sell it in our culture so we can understand. And that's why, I don't understand. Sorry, I'm in Kenya, so I need to behave, otherwise I won't leave. So I don't understand why WSR, the Kenyan parliament says WSR should not wear these African suits. They're like, don't wear African suits here to a Kenyan parliament. We leave it for the Kenyans. They can deal with that later. But what we do love is when they say, we are now going to speak Kiswahili as an official language. Folks, when we go to France, there are no apologies. We have to speak, I was going to say, we have to speak French. Even if it's broken. If you just say, oui, you've arrived. So as well, when you get off the plane, it just says Jumbo, then we start talking from there. That's why I love the school in African school in South Africa. It's an African school. They've got Afrikaans crash, African school, African university, Afrikaans industry. I know in South Africa it's a bit of a weird thing. They're like, aren't those the folks who colonized you? You're like, yes, but it's a model for what you should be doing for yourself. I love what Robert Mugabe said. He says, in African schools, English is compulsory, while agriculture is optional. That's why we speak good English, but we have no food. It's a problem for us. We need to reframe our narrative. Let's change our story. Change our story is we cannot be called named hopeless continent and all those things. Some days we are rising. Some days we've got AIDS. Some days we are corrupt. Some days whatever happens in Zimbabwe is African. Some days, some days they change Africa rising. Which one is it? Are we hopeless or are we rising? so somebody needs to tell us where we are, right? And that's why, sometimes based on all these stories of how hopeless we are, then they ban us from their countries. Folks, the problem with these stories about us is that there's just stereotypes. And the problem with stereotypes is not that they're untrue, but that they're incomplete. They make one story become the only story. But as the great Nigerian Chinua said, until the lion learns how to tell his story, tales of the lion will always be glorified. What we need to do, we need to reclaim our ideas. To take back our ideas, reclaiming ideas is our intellectual property. Do you know only 1.8% of the world's intellectual property comes from Africa? If you look at the Chinese, 25%, Americans, 25%, Europe, it dominates. We don't own any. We come up with ideas, we don't own them. They leave the continent. Even the French, so the European are fighting us for the rooibos. We're like, sorry now, Europe. Rooibos, even say rooibos. Africans. Comes from South Africa. It took 3 years to fight this battle. But ultimately South Africa won the rights back for rooibos. Even the Spanish, they took the socks of Makosa, put them up in London. We're like, come on now. Why are you taking our ideas? Even the Americans, sorry, there are no Americans, I'm so glad we can talk about them as well. They took the coffee from Ethiopia, and the Ethiopian says, don't touch our coffee. It comes from Kafa, coffee. It's ours. They fought about this. Ultimately, they won the battle. They shared the proceeds. It says, listen, we can do business, but don't come and take our ideas. But we need to reclaim our ideas. We need to reclaim, but we can't reclaim ideas if we are not spending money on R&D. Look at us, 1% spent, 1% of GDP on research. How are we going to move? How are we going to have ideas that work if you're not spending money on research? Fifth, we need to reclaim our economies. Folks, I showed you the Berlin Conference took place in 1884. Well, we can have a Berlin Brand Conference, you can see as well. It's still taking place today. So we need to find a way to move on. We need to find a way to reclaim our economies, to use our resources well, to, do you guys understand this? Coffee. 70% of the cocoa which goes into coffee comes from Ivory Coast and Ghana. But only 1.5% of the share of the chocolate belongs to those countries. It's a problem that we have as Africans. We don't realize the value that we have in front of us. We import 115 billion of food, but we've got 65% of the world's arable land. A challenge for us. They say we're going to give tariffs. We should say thank you very much. It's fine. We've got Dangote will feed us. We don't need a tariff on maize meal. We'll do our own maize meal here. Right? They say go back to your country with like no problem. Tourism is growing by 50%, by 50 million in Africa. We're doing just fine. You've got natural game, nature parks. We've got all those things. You don't have any of them. We're doing good just here. We've got the brands, the companies from Safaricom, from Vodacom, from MTN, from Dangote, which are the MNCs which will help us to build great brands. We are starting our own ratings agencies. Sorry, that was me in Burkina Faso. I was being very naughty. I saw kids boycotting against the CFR, and I thought, this is a worthy cause. Let me join it. Because the currency should be African in Africa. But it can't be. Because the problem, as PLO said, we do everything in dollars and euros, but we're in Africa. Challenge. Finally, we need to create a Buy African Act. So guess what I've been doing the last few days? What I'm doing last week and I'm doing all of next week. I'm busy with the AU. We are putting forward an agenda and a policy across the continent for a Buy African Act agenda. We are prioritizing Made in Africa because this continent of ours is not poor. It's just poorly managed. We just need to hold them accountable, the folks that you waste your votes on with. Make sure that they deliver what they promise. And I love this young man. He says leading a country is a privilege, not a business opportunity. So we need to hold them accountable to the sanctity of the vote. And not say, as we say as Africans, they'll just go back again. Why bother voting? They'll come back again. Well, we must march to their offices if they cook the results. Because as Lumumba once said, Africa will write its own history, and to the north and to the south of the Sahara, it will be a glorified and dignified history. Folks, with 1 second left, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, can you give it back? Yes, thank you. Wow. Thank you so much, Gigi. Thank you, Tebe Kalafen. Yes, I think we can sum them again and congratulate you. It was great. Thank you so much. So, now going back to more practical stuff. So we have an app. How many of you did download the app? Yes, we have an app. It's very important because you have everything in this app. So you can network, you can follow sessions, you can vote, of course, for the press presentation. You can navigate the event levels and connect with peers. And also with this app, you can connect instantly. You just have to shake the phone. So you take your phone, you shake it, and then you're connected. You can try. And if you don't manage to do it, we have our team, they will be able to help you. We also have an app for translation. So to make this experience as smooth as possible, this app is available. So you have on your tables this sheet with a flash code. So you can flash it, and then you just have to select the language. Would you need language support? And of course, if you need any assistance, our team, again, is happy to help you. So you have a part of the team which is here, and also the team is at the registration desk. Now, I would like to acknowledge and express our gratitude to our sponsors and partners with whom this event wouldn't be possible. Thank you to our platinum sponsor, Kantar. Thank you. And our gold sponsor, Ask Africa. And of course, thank you to all our supporting partners. One of the things is Isomar Prize itself. is recognizing and investing in the future of our industry. That's why we created the YES program, youth program, to identify, elevate, and amplify individuals who are helping shape the next chapter of our profession. Let's take a moment to celebrate the bright future of our profession. At this event, we are proud to have Tom Joe, Barbara, and Beatrice, exceptional students and volunteers, contributing their talent and energy to make the experience even more better for everyone. So are you in the room? Please stand up so everyone can see you're here. Please stand up. Yes, I think we can. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. When you have a moment, we encourage you to connect with them, exchange ideas, and explore opportunities for collaboration. Supporting emerging talent is how we ensure our industry continues to thrive. And now, it's time for a break. Take a moment to relax and enjoy a networking break with coffee and refreshment. We are waiting for you just next door in the exhibition area. Don't forget to join the conversation online and share your experience using your event hashtags Isomor African 26 and Isomor in Focus. We'll see you back here at 10:55. Thank you so much and enjoy this break.
Okay. Could you please ask them to move the stage? Okay, we need to be. Okay. Because you're gonna stand where that thing is.
Hello? Right. Jumbo. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing this morning? I was part of a workshop yesterday, and some, I don't know when it's around, was talking about different scales, and I would like to try that out. On a scale of 1 to 10, how will you say you're doing this morning? 10 over 10. Sorry? Nah. Anyone else? 8. Right. Thank you. Wow, I'm super excited to be here this morning, and it's my pleasure to be the one moderating the first set of presentations we're going to be having. My name is Sheyi Adeoye. I'm the CEO of Parent Consulting, and I'm also the president of Nigeria Marketing Research Association. Over the next couple of minutes, maybe close to about an hour, we'll be listening to conversations and presentations around cracking the Africa code. Right. And I guess I'm well suited for that. TV said, we're Africa. So with my heart, my cap, I'm fully set for that. We'll be listening to speakers talking about how access is more important than pricing. For some of us, that's quite interesting. If you begin to think about the headwinds and the tailwinds that consumers are actually facing, and the sustained pressure on their income. Again, we will also listen to a presentation talking about how Africans think about sustainability quite differently. And they can easily pick very quickly if a brand is just greenwashing. And then we'll listen to another presentation made by FinTech that actually became a unicorn, how they are radically using MPS to drive product innovation, customer acquisition, and of course, their top line in terms of revenue. And lastly, we listen to a presentation around how Africans are leapfrogging. Just again, we moved very quickly from landlines to mobiles, and we're already moving again from, the traditional software into AI. So without further ado, let me invite on stage the fourth set of speakers, Catherine and Kim from Ipsos, South Africa, and Rulanin, I believe, I pronounced that quite well, from MTN Group, South Africa. They'll be speaking to us about cracking the African code, a global comparison, and an hyper-local route to growth. Please, come on stage. All right. I'll be back.
All right.
Hello, everybody. Jambo, goeiemorgen, Moroeni. Kim Rulani and I are absolutely delighted to be here at SMR's first Africa conference. So we embarked on a mission. We wanted to find out how to build brands in Africa, how to create brand success on our home continent. Now, we didn't know what the data would show us. We didn't know what stories the numbers would tell us. But we wanted to understand how we could crack the code to creating brand success on our beloved African continent so that we could improve the way that brands exist on the continent, and of course, we could improve the way that the people on the African continent experience those brands. So our journey starts with an incredibly comprehensive brand equity database that was started first about 20 years ago. Now, for the purposes of our analysis, we only looked at the last 11 years of data to find trends and patterns, to see how we could create learnings, to find out what it takes to create success in building brands on the African continent. So in our analysis, we looked at 5 particular regions. We looked at North America, Latin America, we looked at Europe, Asia Pacific, and of course, our home continent, Africa. Now, those 5 regions are made up of 142 countries from around the world and encompass 175 categories, from finance to FMCG, from restaurants to retailers, from education to energy, and literally everything in between. So the data that we're referencing is deep, it's wide, it's robust, it's representative, which was one of the most important things that we needed to ensure before embarking on our mission. Now, also what I wanted to mention is that this data represents nearly 38 million interviews. So we can be confident that the stories that we will tell are based on the voices of so many people across the world.
So what we actually found when we actually looked at the data, it was quite remarkable, right? And simply put, it was basically 2 things. Understanding the business that you are in and cutting out the noise, right? Which essentially means we need to master the basics in order to unlock exponential growth within the continent, right? And within this paper, we'll actually be discussing the formulae that we followed in terms of how exactly does one actually do that, looking at functional excellence, trust and representation, emotional connection, which ultimately leads to market success. Yeah, it's moving. All right. So when we actually set out to actually do this whole thing, we realized that we live in a continent of 1.5 billion people, 36% of which live below the poverty line, which is 6.8 times higher than the global average. So we thought we knew what the problem is. And this exercise actually taught us the importance of diagnosing the right problems and putting your assumptions aside. The second one is that everybody in this room has got a responsibility to build sustainable brands for our markets, for our countries, and to ultimately propel the African continent forward. And how we do that is through making the brands that we actually represent, the brands that we work for, more desirable. And lastly, when we actually looked at it, is that there's a company, a small company, that's Sunshine Yellow, that was born in 1994 with an ambition of growing to 20,000 people, but eventually grew to 300 million people over the last 30 years. And that is quite a feat. So putting it in perspective, if MTN was actually a country, it would be the 4th largest country in the world after China, India, and the United States.
The first interesting finding that we had from our investigation of not only the brand equity database that I mentioned, but also looking at case studies from brands on the continent that have succeeded and those that haven't, we found out that the biggest challenge isn't actually price. Now, it's easy to assume that it would be. Rulani spoke about the African continent is one that has harsh economic realities. We have price-sensitive consumers. You know, people are not necessarily as wealthy as some of our Western and Eastern counterparts. So we had assumed that the greatest challenge in terms of barriers would be that price is the thing that gets in the way of people being able to buy the brands that they want to buy. But our assumptions were challenged, because we found that actually the number one barrier that stops people from being able to buy the brands they want to buy is accessibility. So accessibility is about not being able to find the products, the brands, the services where you are, where you transact, whether it be in-store, online, wherever it is. You can't access the products and brands that you want, which is the number one frustration. And the second most impactful barrier is actually product range. Now, product range is about not finding the service, the flavor, the variant, the variety, the format, the pack size, the service plan that you're looking for. It's about the product range. Now, what's interesting about accessibility and product range is that universally across the 5 different regions that we investigated, these remain the top 2 barriers that get in the way of people being able to buy the brands they want. Now, what's really interesting is that Africa shows us a different picture. What comes in at 3rd place is other barriers. Now, other barriers can't be classified as the typical 4 Ps of marketing that we all learned about. Okay, these are other things. These are service failures, they're trust issues, they're credibility gaps. Okay, these are real issues that get in the way of people being able to buy the brands that they desire. So what's really fascinating is that where price is 3rd across all the other regions that we surveyed, that we looked at, It's the other barriers that the people on the African continent experience like nowhere else in the world. Now, the second interesting anomaly that we found in Africa was about lack of information. Now, what's really fascinating is that back in 2015, the first time period that we looked at, lack of information started off at just over 1%, but in the latest time period, in 2025, we can see that it's risen to just over 10%. So these are 10% frustrations that people feel due to a lack of information. And this is not about awareness, right? This is about people not having enough information to make an informed decision. This is about complex terms and conditions. This is about not knowing what the brand, the product, the service is actually going to do. This is about not having enough information to make a decision. From 1% to over 10%, it's phenomenal. And again, while you can see the rest of the world sits on an average of around 3%, that's fascinating. So what does this mean for creating brand success on the African continent? Well, it means that we need to make brands easy to choose, right? And by understanding what the unique factors are that get in the way of making brands easy to choose on the African continent, we can start to solve those problems so that brands can be delivered to people in the way that they need them to be. But of course, brand building, as we all know, is not just about making easy choices, right? It's about making brands desirable too.
So you know that people build relationships with brands, right? Well, except for engineers and CFOs, but we can't win all of those battles. And we really needed to unpack what is happening on the African continent in terms of brand building. And we discovered that Africa, as usual, colors outside of the lines, which is wonderful and great, but I also just want to anchor us on two concepts. So concepts that we've spoken about are closeness and performance. So closeness is how close you can feel to a brand, it's that proximity, and functional is how the brand performs in your mind, so i.e. it can do what it says. And we'll be talking a bit about that this morning. And those two concepts feed into brand desire. It's not only closeness, but it's also functional. So those are the two dimensions that we looked at. So we all know, right, that closeness or performance supersedes brand performance. No, not in Africa. We are in harmony of the two. Both are equally important when looking across the African continent. When people are seeking a brand from a desire perspective, they want a brand that delivers both. But this was not always the case. When I looked at data from COVID-19 or pre-COVID-19, it was actually closeness that superseded performance. It means that across the continent, people have the ability and the capability of building strong relationships with brands. That is something quite unique to Africa and not to every other region across the world. And it starts really indicating the type of blueprint that Africa has. We have to operate differently as brands in the market. So we found three unique building blocks that colored outside the lines. The one is lead with belonging. Lead with belonging. Make people feel part of that brand, that connection that is up on the chart. The other is around representation. Have that cultural authenticity to the market. Localize really deeply. And the other is around earn trust authentically, which is really difficult to do. I'm going to talk about two examples, the one you might know, one you might not. So we look at M-Pesa. It's a mobile financial services provider, started here in Kenya, a well-known brand. And if you haven't encountered it in your journey here so far, you are going to. So whilst the rest of the world was racing, and they were racing towards app-based fintech, M-Pesa said no. We're actually going to adopt a USSD platform because that is something that people have already, and it's going to allow them to leverage what they already have to access something that they can't, and that is money, transferring, receiving money, an absolutely critical service. But they made it simple. USSD meant they could use something in their hands, text-based format. You could use a 2G network to transfer money really quickly, receive money really quickly without using much data. They gained 95% market share in Kenya, 95%. It also enabled them to transfer 24 billion USD per month in 2024. That's a massive, massive number. But then let's look at a brand like Tecno Mobile. Some of you might not have heard about it. but it really is a brand that understood the culture of Africa better than the Western brands like Apple and Samsung. They outpaced Apple and Samsung. What did they do? They optimized camera. Something simple, a lighter skin tone, like the Western cultures that Apple and Samsung buy into or cater towards, and they optimized the camera for a darker skin tone. How relevant is that in Africa? Bring an Americ keyboard to Africa that could be used on a mobile phone. I see lots of people on their mobile phones. I hope you're using the Americ one. And the third one is around the dual SIM functionality. But these are all elements that make a big difference in driving share and also making people locally feel like you understand them and their needs. The third is trust. So trust is the third biggest driver across Africa. In North America, it sits at 14. Asia Pacific, it sits at 15. And it makes trust critical. And this is why we say the greatest of all of these is trust. Rulani was talking about trust earlier. It is an incredibly difficult thing to achieve in Africa. You have to do it authentically. You have to show that you can deliver on your promise authentically. And people need to know that you will do what you say as a brand. So MTN is a phenomenal example of this. And Rulani started talking about the success story of MTN across the continent. They took 1.3 agents, a yellow army, and they embedded them across the African continents in their 14 markets where they are represented in those communities. They were the face of MTN, a human face, something that people could go and build a relationship of trust with. It wasn't just about selling products. It was about, I've got a problem with data. I've got a problem with this message. I've got a problem, my line is shut down. And there was real engagement in solving those problems and resolution. It became a real tangible example of how a brand can embed itself authentically across the continent. Now, trust, a lot of you will be thinking, is not a simple, one-dimensional concept. It is multifaceted. And for that reason, we also included a model on trust in the work that we do for MTN. And that's built on 3 pillars. The one is competency. Do what you say, you can do it, you can deliver. The other is integrity. Operating with integrity, do the right thing. And the other is benevolence. Have consumers' best interests at heart.
So Kim has already spoken about like the pillars: connection, representation, and trust. So looking at those 3 pillars, looking at the MTN journey, now from a connection perspective, we are the market leader in most of the markets that we operate in. We are the most desired brand in the markets that we operate in. But let's look at it from an external perspective. We are Africa's most valuable brand according to Brand Finance. And Dr. Ika Lafeng and team at Brand Africa have dubbed MTN the #1 most desired African brand, contributing to a better Africa. And furthermore, it was MTN was inducted in the inaugural Brand Africa Hall of Fame. So it really speaks about the connection that we have with the markets, with the people, and the continent at large. Looking at representation, Kim spoke about representation from our go-to-market strategy. I'm going to speak about representation from a business model perspective. So MTN was actually built on the ethos that nobody has a 360-degree view on life, and the intellectual capital of Africa does not reside in one specific country. So therefore, our business model is federated. People that are on the ground in the different countries make decisions that serve the customers and reflect the operating nuances of that market. So that's part of our reasons for growth. And from a trust perspective, we are embedded in people's everyday life. And so therefore, it is important for us to actually show up and do what we're supposed to do. So from a trust perspective, we are the #1 brand across all the markets that we operate in. And looking at it from a commercial perspective, adhering to the code doesn't just make sense, it makes sense, right? Looking at Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda. In Nigeria, we are the market leader, and we are the second biggest operator or second biggest brand on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. In Ghana, we have over 70% market share. So we have been considered an S&P, significant market player, which means we cannot actively go out there and acquire new customers. So we can only talk to the market through positioning and proposition. And despite all of that, because of how business operates, we still managed to get a 34% year-on-year growth in revenue in FY24. In Uganda, we are Uganda's first billion-dollar company, and we contribute 22% of the entire Uganda Stock Exchange, which is quite a big feat. So ultimately, adhering to the code doesn't just make sense, it makes sense.
I think the MTN journey is an absolutely phenomenal story of a brand born in Africa and contributing so much to the continent. So throughout our investigation of our brand equity database, of all the examples of brands that we looked at, we have discovered a new reality. Now, the important thing to remember is that it's not leading with emotion, like it might have been in the past or like it is in many of the other regions in the world. In fact, in Africa, it is the reverse. You have to lead with functional excellence. You have to show people that you deliver what you say you will. You have to deliver on your promises. Then you need to build trust, and you need to create that connection with people. Now, the driver for people like me is about understanding who I am. It's about understanding where I am, who I'm with, what I need, what I expect. And it's about being there where I transact, and it's about being there where I need you. And remember, it's super important that this kind of connection needs to be genuine and not contrived, because today's consumer, particularly the youth that we have in Africa, will see straight through it if it isn't genuine. And once you've got those two ingredients right, then that is when you will be rewarded with the emotional connection. As Kim said earlier, our data shows that people on the African continent have got the capacity to feel close to brands like nowhere else in the world. Isn't that phenomenal? And then once you have got the emotional connection, that is where you are rewarded with market leadership. So there it is. That is the code. Now, what our data also showed is that Africa has a unique situation where there's a winner takes most economy. There is a gap in the market share between the first brand and the second, third, and fourth, and fifth, and so on brand. So in a winners take most kind of economy, there is no room for error, because when the winners take most, it leaves everybody else fighting for the share that is left over. So as Rulani mentioned earlier, we have a big, bustling, growing continent full of optimism and full of people. We've got 1.5 billion people operating by this code. So now, you know.
So MTN's journey is a really exciting one. From 20,000 customers in 1994 to 300 million across the African continent. We've now uncovered the code that Africa's been writing all along. We know that Africa is unique and different. The question is not whether it works. We can see that it does in our data. We've proven it. Everyone here this morning can see that. The question is, will you use it, or will you become another cautionary tale? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right on time.
Right, spot on. Please, after you. No, not now. So they will be back. We'll take 2 more presentations, and then all the speakers will come on stage, and then we have an opportunity to ask them questions on their presentation. Next is Sophia, Fred, and Iwalola from Money Point. And they will be talking to us about from NPS to action, innovating from customer feedback, a Money Point case study for business growth. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you.
So, MoneyPoint is such an interesting place to work at. There are a lot of questions to ask, hypotheses to test. Okay? Yeah. Okay, so MoneyPoint is such an interesting place to work at. There are a lot of questions to ask, hypotheses to test, and as we all know, arguments to moderate. The research team at MoneyPoint sits at the intersection of product, research, engineering, and design, and also growth and marketing. When we are very honored to work with very brilliant and interesting product managers, designers, and growth and marketing specialists. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fred Okoye. I lead the business banking research team at MoneyPoint. And with me by my left is Sophia Okoni. She leads the personal banking research team at MoneyPoint. And by my right is my manager, Iwola Ashuboli. She's the director of market research at MoneyPoint. Today, we're here to speak about a crisis that we're all aware of, and that is the insight to action gap. Okay, so as we all know, today, businesses collect more data than ever before. And with AI, that capability has scaled over time. But what do we do with that data? How many of us, and how many businesses, especially product businesses, can say that the data that they collect from customers influences the engineering or product roadmap? Data says that 3.7 trillion USD represents how much data or the cost of poor CX. So that is the cost of poor CX. 80% of businesses and stakeholders believe that they deliver superior CX. But here is the conundrum. Only 8% of customers believe that these businesses deliver superior CX. So what does this mean? It means that there's an incongruence, a gap between what business stakeholders believe and the reality from the customer's point of view. What it means is that with so much data that we do have available to us, the businesses, we're drowning in data, but there is no insight. And these insights do not impact on product or engineering roadmap. Now, I want to talk about MoneyPoint. I want to brag about MoneyPoint. So who is MoneyPoint? So MoneyPoint is a business in Nigeria that serves over 10 million plus business and individuals, right? Every month, MoneyPoint processes over 1 billion plus transactions. MoneyPoint also leads the category with over 70% of the POS landscape. So what does this mean? It means that a bad net promoter score for MoneyPoint it's not just terrible for MoneyPoint, because the business in Nigeria, the Nigerian finance ecosystem runs on MoneyPoint's infrastructure. So we take customer feedback very seriously. Now, Sophia will discuss how we worked on the study.
As expected, our NPS data gave us a lot of insight and perspectives to focus on. However, for the sake of this presentation, we'd like to draw your attention to one key insight that stood out for us in our NPS data. Let's talk about the crisis. In Q1 2025, we had two distinct data from our personal banking users and our business banking customers. For our personal banking customers, our NPS score was flat. However, for our business banking customers, we had a 12-point drop from the last quarter. What does this mean? It means that there was a red warning light on our dashboard. So what was causing this drop for our business banking customers? There were a lot of complaints about network reliability, as well as POS terminal failure. What this means is that businesses were suffering and payments were not going as smoothly as they should be. For our personal banking customers, it was simply because MoneyPoint was not offering enough. We were not meeting their needs, and that was the issue that we had and why we were flat. Iwalala will show us how we went about handling this.
Okay, so when we first considered using Net Promoter Score to figure out this big problem, the problem was clear, right? Why is it that customers come in, try out our product, but we're not able to retain them. It was a big business problem. How can we bring in all the information that we had from customer support tickets to our product analytics dashboards, to our growth dashboards? How can we make all of that make sense in one place? So we consider the NPS, however. Net Promoter Score is a metric that gets a lot of flack. It typically leads to a dead end. We wanted to make sure that whatever we did could actually help us diagnose problems, not just retrospectively, but proactively. So we implemented a lot of branching logic, automations, and error codes. I'm not going to give you all our secrets, but that's kind of the top line. But what that meant is that we went from just a dead-end number to actually creating an engine for action in an organization. So we started by looking at how the customer feedback we're getting could be translated to language that our engineers, our product managers, all the brilliant people Fred mentioned, how can we make this information make sense? Anyone who's done research in Africa and Nigeria, especially with surveys, I'm sure you'd have seen a lot of very interesting feedback points in your surveys. We wanted to make sure that these things made sense. We didn't want to get into meetings with these stakeholders and they're like, what does this really mean? So we have to translate what customers are saying into terminology that everyone in the business understands. So if a customer says, I have an account issue, the engineer is not looking at me like, so like, what does that mean? I have to tell them what that means for them. So if the customer says, for instance, I have issues with transfers, we do a lot of digging. We might sit down with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 customers who fall within these buckets to figure out what exactly is the root cause of that issue and how can our engineers solve it. If the customer's request for a feature, and I mean anyone who's worked on the business side know, feature requests are a million. Like there's so many all the time. You have to prioritize. So we have to do a lot of discovery to figure out what's that need when they're asking for this request, this feature, what is that need that they want met and how can we meet it? So it also meant that we needed to understand the customer's mental models. In survey building, it's the reason why the standard NPS typically leads to a dead end is customers have just one open-ended text box where they say whatever comes to mind about the issues they're facing. If they, for instance, they say, they're not going to recommend your company or your brand or your product or service. So we wanted to make sure that we could get more specific and more detailed insights. It meant that we had to sit down with a lot of information. Like I said, from customer support tickets to feedback in our Google Play Store. So we had to figure out what is it that when customers say this in our survey, we can translate that to what our engineers and product teams understand. Okay, so the final bit of it there is understanding how to make this a process that works for the entire organization at scale. We had to operationalize the process. It couldn't just be an ad hoc thing that happens once in a while. It has to be something that happens on a routine basis. And that means that on a routine basis, we listen to the feedback that customers are giving us. We're able to route specific feedback to specific teams who can take action. Those teams can act on it and not just solve that problem for one customer, but figure out how to solve that problem at scale for the entire customer base. Now, Fred will tell us more about the methodology of our survey.
Okay. So how do we do NPS at MoneyPoint? We collect data from over 5,000 personal and business banking customers, and we do this quarterly. So now, why quarterly? We want to give product managers, designers, the product team in general, just enough time to understand the data, action the data, and also measure progress over time. So we've talked about personal and business banking. What do those things mean? And why do we segment that way? We do is because we do not want to create solutions in isolation. We want to make sure that these solutions are perfectly curated for each of these businesses, for each of these individuals or these customer segments. Now, a personal banking customer is a customer who uses a bank for just his his daily banking needs. A business banking customer is a customer who, they have a business a small business or a big business, and they want to use the banks to receive payments, and carry out transactions. Now, business banking customers in general are split into merchants and KYCO agents, cash in, cash out agents. They're also called POS agents, right? Now, we also further segment these three groups of customers into active or churned. So who's an active customer? An active customer is a customer who has carried some type of transaction in the last 75 days, while a churned customer is a customer who hasn't carried out a transaction in the same 75 days. Now, why 75 days? We want to make sure that, so at MoneyPoint, we do not wait the whole 90 days because we believe that 90 days is an autopsy, right? So that 75 days window gives us a period to sort of act fast and intervene. It also means that the customer has missed 2 months of transactions where transactions would have happened. So we try to understand that problem. Okay. So how do we distribute a managed survey? We distribute these surveys through emails, email surveys, or embedded in-app surveys. So some customers can be able to receive the NPS survey in-app. Okay. Another thing we do take account for is that some customers might have both a personal and a business banking account, and we make sure that these customers receive these surveys twice a month. Now, why twice a year? We do not want to overwhelm them, so we want to make sure they're not overwhelmed by the survey, and then the information becomes redundant. We also make sure that if a customer has a personal and banking account, they receive the NPS survey for their most active account. Now, the interesting thing is, for the analysis, when doing the analysis, we understand that a promoter, a passive, and a detractor, the three different segments that make up the NPS survey, they experience our products and services and our processes differently. So we keep these segments in mind. Now, to make sure that data collection is as ethical as possible, we make sure that participation is voluntary, we make sure that we get consent, and we also make sure that internally, the teams that do not need certain data do not receive it. So we make sure that the customer information is not passed around within the business, and nobody sees what they don't need to see. Okay. Sophia will walk us through how we turn things around.
I'm particularly excited to be taking this segment because I like to show you what we did differently at MoneyPoint to turn things around. If you recall earlier, I told you that for our personal banking NPS score, it was very flat for 2025. And for our business banking customers, we had a 12-point dip. So what did we do at MoneyPoint? For the personal banking customers, we knew we needed to innovate. So we launched a product gap discovery and built more tests to understand what savings and credit features that they needed. But for our business banking customers, we needed to fortify our terrain. So what we did was to improve our self-service option for our business banking customers. Next. This completely shifted the conversation. We went from customers telling us that they're experiencing network failures and then they had terminal issues, to customers asking us for a whole different need, or we had bigger problems this time around. Customers were asking us for bigger loans, for better savings products or savings feature. That's a different conversation entirely, and then a problem that we actually really liked. I'd like to introduce you to something we do differently at MoneyPoint. It's called the churn as a catalyst model. What does this mean? Earlier on, when Fred was walking you through, he mentioned that we send surveys to our churned customers. So you would like to ask, what do we do with this data that we collect from our customers? We analyze them. And for our churned customers, what we realized was the biggest reason why they were churning was because MoneyPoint wasn't meeting a lot of their needs. So what did we do? We launched a lot of discovery, user testing, as well as user analysis. We triangulated the data from all of these studies, and then this has led us to better savings feature, new credit lines, as well as improved value-added services products on our platforms. Iwala will show you the impact and how this transformed our business.
I mentioned how the problem was, how could we put all this information we gather together to make sense for our business. For business banking segments, like Fred explained, these are the merchants, people who own businesses. From Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, we had seen a very concerning 12-point dip. That's a big problem. But by the time we implemented this NPS model, carried out the discovery like we discussed, launched certain new features, fixed all the hygiene factors, just like how I believe Kim from Ipsos said, the functional needs have to be met. Our NPS jumped up by 13 points for the business banking segment. Now for personal banking, we went from talking about how can we fix things to how can we build out these new things, how can we meet these needs of our customers that we are currently discovering. So we basically went up their hierarchy of needs. We also wanted to assess how this impacted the business, the customers, and we employed the Sean Ellis test to understand better the product market fit for our business. Stay on that slide, please. And so we saw that despite the industry benchmark being 40%, for our business banking segment, our merchants, 65.6% of our merchants said they would feel very highly disappointed if they didn't have our product. And for the Kaiko agents or POS agents, 71% of them said they would be highly disappointed if they did not have our product. So beyond the customer impact, I want to talk a little bit more about how this impacted our business. And I'll let you in on a little secret. My CEO should not catch me saying this, but while the NPS is, one of the sources of data and signals that influence decision-making in our organization, our executives, frankly, cannot stop raving about how the NPS brings together everyone in the organization to one singular focus, the customers. It means that when decisions need to be made, we can make them confidently. It means that when we need to prioritize resources, we can do so because we know what would move the needle the most. So if there are 3 things I would like you to leave here with today, the first is to abandon vanity metrics. I know we've all heard NPS, we've heard the NPS score is 70, 60, 30, whatever that means. I think what's more important and what we've seen as more important is how everyone in the organization has a role to play in making this number happen. So, like Fred said, we take into cognizance how this looks like for the 3 big segments in NPS, which is, so for the promoters, we find out what is driving happiness for them and how can we double down on that. For passives, we're figuring out why are they sitting on the fence and how can we lure them off it. And for detractors, it's more about how can we identify the root cause of the issues that they are facing and solve those problems at scale. So the second point is that we need to map this survey to the organization. That's what makes it the most impactful. It means that you gather all the information that you have, you're studying customer support tickets, you're studying product analytics data, and you're understanding how to translate all of that into something that makes sense for the organization so that you can hold the specific teams accountable for specific levers in the NPS. The third thing here is what Sophia mentioned already. Churn can be a roadmap. What does it mean when a customer tries out your product and figures out that it doesn't work for them? It means that you could actually make sense of that data to drive your business strategy and your decision making. You can create new products or meet their needs better. So this is how we do NPS at Moniepoint. Like I said, we double down on happiness, and then we try to triangulate, investigate, and resolve those issues that lead to ambivalence or dissatisfaction for our customers. And then for the churn customers, we try to analyze the information that we have about them, how they use our products, the kinds of people they are, and the feedback that they gave us, and use that information to drive the next phase of growth for our organization. And it's also important, like I had mentioned previously, to operationalize or productize this process. It's not something that can happen when you notice that there's a drop. Then you'll be reacting to the information. You should be able to make decisions proactively based on this data. So if there's a final thing that I can leave you with today, it's this. How do we ensure that customers remain the central focus of product development in your organization? How do you ensure that insights don't just sit in a deck somewhere, but actually lead to action that drives product development and business strategy? How do we close that insight to action gap? Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Sure. Can I have that? No, this one. Thank you. So thank you, Iwalola, Fred, and Sophia for sharing the Morning Point story with us. By the way, fun fact, out of the 9 unicorns in Africa, Morning Point is one of them. Let's put our hands together for them, please. Up next is a presentation on African solutions to African problems. How African consumers' sustainability expectations differ and why brands must deliver homegrown solutions. We have Susanna from Kantar African Insight UK and Nandani from Kantar Kenya. Over to you.
The world is at an inflection point, and brands can no longer risk inaction. This is especially true for Africa, a continent vulnerable to both environmental and social issues. The good news is that there is hope for change, and brands have the opportunity to take center stage. Although sustainability in Africa is quite different from what most brands would expect. This is what most global brands think sustainability looks like in Africa. Too often is sustainability synonymous with the environment and the climate. However, in Africa, sustainability manifests differently. This is what it actually looks like. No matter how many times I watch that video, I always get goosebumps. This South African brand converted brewery waste into food security. And it worked because they stopped thinking like a corporation and started thinking like a community member. Sorry, technical difficulties. What we are presenting today is based on a broad-ranging trend study with 4,000 respondents and an equally sizable market sustainability deep dive study. This coupled with market intelligence and over 50 brand case studies. African consumers show incredible intent around sustainability. 91% say they want to live a sustainable life, but only 31% are actively changing their behavior. This 60-point gap between intention and action represents both a challenge and opportunity for brands operating in Africa. I'm sure several of you have wanted to make sustainable choices, but there are just certain frictions in place that prevent you from doing so. Over the next 20 minutes, we will show you how brands can address these frictions and close this gap. But first, let's take a step back and look at the scale of the opportunity. Africa, a continent of 1.5 billion people today, growing up to 2.5 billion people by 2050. With a median age of 19, this is the youngest continent on Earth. Consumer spending is projected to reach $2.5 trillion within a decade, making this the fastest growing consumer market on the planet. The opportunity is massive, but the constraint is real, and this tension defines everything. The good news is that African consumers want change, and they're prepared to invest their time and money in companies that are making a difference to society and the planet. In fact, they're significantly more committed to supporting these companies than other markets around the globe. The global average sits at 60%, whereas in Africa, this jumps to the 70s and 80s. And this cuts across Gen Zs and millennials. So brands and companies that try to do good today stand the chance to gain trust of Africa's next generation of consumers. But here's the challenge. 80% of consumers will only buy sustainable options if they're affordable, not if they're worth the premium. Add a green premium and you're designing for the 1%. In Africa, affordability isn't a nice to have. It's the gatekeeper. Get it wrong and you lock out the billions who desperately want to make sustainable choices. Get it right and you unlock market transformation. So now that we have a view of the opportunity in this continent, what are the key areas to focus on? We asked 4,000 respondents to rank their top 10 sustainability priorities. 7 out of the 10 are fundamentally social. Poverty, jobs with a living wage, food security, mental health issues, violence against women. Compare that to global priorities on the right, dominated by environmental issues. This isn't to say that Africans don't care about the environment, because climate change is number 2. They care about it because it affects livelihoods and food security. Water pollution matters because it affects health and agricultural efficiency. Global frameworks start with the environment. Africa starts with its people. This isn't wrong, it's different, but ignoring it can cost you the market. To summarize what we have learned from our research, here are 3 critical insights. First, Ubuntu. I am because we are. African consumers view sustainability through a community lens, not individual carbon footprints. 77% believe businesses have a responsibility to make society fairer. There are already expectations in place. Second, social and environmental issues are not separate. In fact, they are integrated. Climate change matters because it affects food security. Water pollution matters because it affects health. And brands need to systematically develop solutions that can solve both of these issues. Third, affordability is non-negotiable. 80% of consumers will only buy sustainable options if it is affordable, not if it's worth the premium. Brands need to work towards making their sustainable offerings more accessible to drive market adoption. And these 3 insights led us to develop our 5-pillar framework to help brands curate African solutions to African problems. And I will invite my colleague to walk us through this.
Thank you, Nandani. So, based on everything we know, we've come up with a solution. 5 pillars, as Nandani said. Nandani, do you want to click down? So 5 pillars, all proven by the most successful brands in Africa. So now I'm going to take you through each pillar one by one. So the first pillar is authenticity. African consumers can see greenwashing a mile off, with 71% saying they have seen brands greenwashing recently. They can tell the difference between brands that really invest in society and the environment and those which are just doing it for reputational gain. I want to tell you about Herconomy. So Herconomy is a Nigerian fintech brand, and they offer financial services for women. And they had this campaign, it was called Breast Milk for Money. It was a really interesting campaign. So what they basically did was they spoke to nursing mothers and asked them to invest the money that they would have put into purchasing infant formula into an account. And that account would earn 14.3% interest. Now, you're probably wondering why 14.3%, because it's a specific number. This is the rate of improvement of development for infants and young children who have been breastfed. So this campaign and this brand has many benefits. For the children, obviously, it's health. For the maternal mothers, they also have health benefits. They have greater financial security and control, and they feel more empowered. And I think what is most amazing about this brand is it's truly authentic. Why? Because it all started from talking to Nigerian women. So the next pillar is around co-creation. And by this, I'm talking about bottom-up collaboration. So traditional CSR programs work a little bit like this. The HQ designs the program, local implements, and then the communities receive. But the challenge with this is that the expertise sits outside of those communities. So the Hunger Project works across 8 different African countries, and they use a strategy called the epicenter strategy. What this basically is a collaboration between them and local communities and local women. It's an exchange of ideas, dialogue, also an opportunity for education. And over an 8-year period, the communities become completely self-sufficient. So basically, they are able to look after themselves. The women in these projects are not just participants, they become leaders. They are equal in terms of representation in their communities. They're able to contribute to cooperative farming practices as well as the microeconomy. So the Hunger Project has been phenomenally successful. So there are 54 epicenters. They have reached 2 million people, and over half in these 54 epicenters are now not suffering from severe hunger. The reason why this company and these projects are so successful is it's very much a bottom-up approach. So they don't work for these communities, rather they work with them. So, Nandani spoke before about affordability. This is absolutely critical for brands to be successful. 71% of consumers we surveyed said that sustainable products are too expensive. Now, whether this is a reality or a perception doesn't really matter, because the bottom line is it informs the way that they behave and the products that they choose. And it creates this vicious cycle. So brands think that consumers won't pay. They don't really offer affordable alternatives, so the products out there are just too expensive. So there's not that much demand. And what happens when there's not much demand is you don't get much innovation because there's a lack of stimulation and competition. Capitec Bank in South Africa managed to crack this cycle, and they completely disrupted the banking sector. And they did this by offering really sort of simple, stripped-away products for those in communities that are underserved by the category. They basically pulled away all the bells and whistles and just had the very basic product. But they also reduced their margins because they figured they'd get volume. And boy, they did. So in 20 years, they've gone from something like 25,000 to over 15 million customers, which is an absolutely amazing achievement. And it just proves if you can make products and services affordable, you will gain mass market traction. So Nandani spoke about this earlier, the interlinked between the environment and social progress. They're completely inseparable. And through all the research that we've done in Africa, this is quite unique. And what's key is that the most successful brands and strategies mirror this interlinkness. So I want to talk about Beyond the Grid, because they're a really, really good example of getting this right. So they operate across 6 different African countries, and they provide clean energy solutions. But they don't talk about themselves as this green energy, low carbon emitting brand. Rather, they talk about the communities, the people, the schools, the hospitals that they serve. So basically what they do is their technicians go in and install the mini grids and the solar panels that are needed. But here's the thing. They then employ the local community to maintain them, and they move away. So it's a win-win. The environment wins, the community wins. They have met around 3 million people, and they have employed over 12,000 people across those 6 African countries. So a really fine example of what is possible when you understand the interconnectedness between these 2 variables. So the final pillar I'm going to talk to you about today is the youth, and the youth acting as agents of change. So we talked about earlier the median age on the continent being 19. Africa by 2050 is going to have the biggest, youngest working population on the planet. And our research shows that young consumers are more socially, environmentally aware than perhaps the older generations. They are more likely to want to purchase sustainable services and goods. They're more likely to seek information about them. And most importantly, they're more likely to believe that they have the power to change things by the choices that they make. And Microsoft South Africa saw this opportunity. So through 2026, they are upskilling and educating over 1 million young South African people in how to use AI. This obviously empowers these young people and gives them opportunities that they might not have had. For Microsoft, it means that they have a loyal base of customers, potentially for the future, and they have a base of young, bright, talented people that they can potentially employ in the future. So it works for everyone. And it's a very visionary way of thinking, and I think it's something that will be very successful in the future. So we are at a pivotal point. We need to move away from this old way of top-down approaches, very global templates, expensive products, to something that's far more localized and much more inexpensive than it is now. Why? Because the opportunity is massive. So we are looking at a continent with potentially 2.5 billion people. Now, do you want to just go to the next slide, please? Thanks. Now, if those 2.5 billion people consumed and purchased 20% more sustainable products than they are now, hypothetically, That would equate to something like $1.25 trillion worth of revenue. So, brands that get in there now are the ones that are going to succeed. And brands that act now will be here for the future in the long run. So I just want to leave you with this. The question isn't whether African markets matter to your sustainability as a brand. What really the question is whether your sustainability strategy is ready for Africa. Thank you.
No, please just stay on stage. Yes. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you, Nandani. Please, can all the other speakers join them on stage? Thank you. If you have any question for any of the speakers, please do ask them. Do we have a mic for the audience? Any question?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for your presentations. I have a question for the team from MoneyPoint. How exactly did you carry out, I'm here. How exactly did you carry out your study, your NPS study?
Okay, I think I was hoping that we had shared more information about that in the slides. But we do it on a quarterly basis. And Fred had talked about why we do it on a quarterly basis. And it's so that we have time to get the customer feedback, analyze changes that we've made. We can see how they reflect in the feedback customers are giving us, take action if it's implementing something new until the next quarter. But basically, it's two major ways, an email survey and an in-app survey. We've also explored things like in-person surveys, so we deployed data collection agents in the field. And that's because I think just like Kim, someone mentioned the M-Pesa, was it you? How they use USSD and not everyone is online. So we explored that, but there were a lot of issues in terms of the efficacy. So we majorly use email and in-app surveys. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ademola from Nigeria. So my question goes to the MoneyPoint team. I like this part where we say that churn, we should transform churn as a catalyst. Then it became a model for your team. So where we say churn as a catalyst model. And then as some of those ones who had abandoned your services, they're now saying what they want you to do for them is to give them loan. Okay. So how do you handle those ones that they actually abandoned your service and what they're asking for is loan, and then you turn it around to a strategy where you wanted to give them loan so that possibly they can continue to use your service? And then if they fail to pay back, how do you handle them?
Can I take that? Okay. Let me just say something and then I'll give it to you. Sorry. I'm laughing because that's actually a major question that we explored, and we don't want customers who want to take a loan and their intention is to default. And for anyone who's not very familiar, we don't have a lot of credit data, like reliable credit data in Nigeria. So that was a big problem. Often, many lenders have to build their own credit history. It's improving, and we're hoping that with open banking, that would get even better. The real answer to your question, I'm not going to give it to you because that's our business strategy. But you can imagine something that is the right way to solve that. But let me let Fred talk about what he wants to say about this.
So another thing is, again, being in conversations with the people who work with this product day to day to understand. So it's not just taking feedback from the customer. It's also understanding their own perspective as to, why some customers might or might not be eligible for loans, right? So it's a conversation. So again, it's not necessarily about, okay, you need a loan. It's a thing of why would this group of customers need a loan? What is the underlying need for that thing, right? And so we take that into account before making any decision.
More questions?
Hi, thank you all for such brilliant talks. So my question is for the first team, I believe from Ipsos. You talked about accessibility as the main barrier in Africa in terms of, I guess, products. I'm curious to know, does accessibility include structural issues like some people don't have internet usage or limited mobile device use, or I guess I'm curious to know what the span of accessibility includes.
Yeah, thank you for your question. That's a really
Right.
No? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So accessibility, it's quite a broad, covers a broad spectrum of things. Basically, so if somebody doesn't have access to the internet and your products are only available on the internet, that becomes an accessibility issue. So absolutely. So the main thing is to be able to understand what are those particular accessibility barriers, and they can just be things like not even being able to find the product on the shelf because you can't see it. Maybe it's there, but you can't find it. That's an accessibility issue. An accessibility issue could simply be, it's not stocked in a spaza shop, or it's, not stocked in a major retailer, or, on particular transport routes, for instance. So anything that means you can't get the product that you want because it isn't there where you transact, how you transact, that becomes an accessibility issue. So it's a broad spectrum, and that would be one of them for sure. Thanks for your question.
Just wondering, would format and skills also be part of that? Format
and skills.
No, skills. SKUs.
Oh, SKUs. Okay, so that would be a product range issue. So that would have been the second most prevalent barrier, for sure.
Thank you. More questions?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bayo from GB Foods, Nigeria. I have two questions, really. I think the first question is to the MoneyPoint team. When you launch your NPS, how do you kind of enforce compliance? Because what happens sometimes is when you launch online surveys or you launch them through apps, people tend to ignore them. How do you enforce compliance? That's the first question. Do you want to answer that before I go to the next one? No. Okay.
Thank you, Bayo. I think that with Nigerian customers is when there's an issue, they are always excited to tell you when they have a problem, right? So what we do when we send our surveys, of course, there's a copy that tells them to tell us how they feel about MoneyPoint. I hope that answers your question. So customers, when they have pain points, are always very excited to share with us. And I think that that's what has really worked for us, because quarter on quarter, we have about 5,000 responses coming through across the business categories, both personal and business banking. Does that answer?
So what you're saying is when things are going bad, they're eager to give you feedback.
No, not just that. Generally, Nigerian customers love to give feedback, right? However, when there's also a pain point, it makes them double eager to share their feedback with you. But that's what we've noticed with our MoneyPoint customers, is the fact that they're very excited to share how they feel, what's working, what could be better, and if there's something that's not working at all.
Okay.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
So I believe that Ipsos also mentioned the agency, how the agency model impacts, distribution. And anyone who knows anything about MoneyPoint business, we have a really wide network of agents. We call them business relationship managers or personal banking relationship managers. So we also get them to influence the customers to give us feedback. But I think the biggest thing that has worked is actually putting the survey where the customers, they log into the app every day. They can see it in there. So when we are doing the collection, they can see a banner in the app that's asking for their feedback. Okay. Then I would also like to the term compliance, enforcing compliance, that's not what we're trying to do. They obviously have, it's their they can decide whether or not to take the survey. And Fred also talked about how we don't send it to our entire customer base. We don't want to tire them out. Survey fatigue is real. So we work very closely with our product and customer relationship management. So the team that manages the tools we use to send our communications to customers. And we make sure that the same customer is not getting the survey more than once or twice at most a year.
Okay, thank you. I think my second question cuts across the different individuals on stage. When I came in, I mean, someone talked about accessibility. You know, that is one of the top barriers for brands in Africa. Then I think Kanta talked about affordability, pricing. There was also talks about functional and emotional benefits. You know, for me, I'm trying to see how do we balance this? You know, which should come first? Which should we prioritize? You know, I mean, if anyone is able to kind of touch on that.
In between affordability,
accessibility,
access,
yes,
and
even doing good. You
right,
know, that's also one of the things. You know, so how do we? I mean, which do we prioritize? How do we balance? You know, all of this?
From the slide we see they want it sustainable,
yes,
but they feel it's expensive, so it has to be affordable. Yeah. And then pricing is further down on your deck, and it's access. So from the thrill, which one's more important?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'll offer my view, and then I think you can take it. So it's not that pricing isn't a barrier. It's just less important. And I think that the lack of familiarity that across the continent that consumers have of some of the brands is one of the barriers. And I think that brands that are out of reach in terms of pricing will become aspirational brands to many consumers. So and then there's other elements that you can do to overcome pricing. So we're not saying that pricing isn't a barrier. It is a tangible barrier. I mean, if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. But we're finding that brands are losing share unnecessarily because of barriers that actually can be addressed, like accessibility, like information. I'll let you build on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's all about justifying your price, and you do that through the way that you communicate with your consumers and the equity that you build. So it goes back to what Ipsos guys were saying around really building that trust and having a very meaningful and different brand. It doesn't really matter which you prioritize. What you should really be prioritizing is your brand and how you communicate your core values to your consumers.
So maybe just another thing to say is that, you know, brand building, it encompasses many different aspects. You know, making, as I mentioned in the presentation, making easy to choose is one of the key ingredients, and there are a number of things that you need to be able to achieve in order to do that. But it is also about creating those connections with people on a functional level and an emotional level. So, you know, it's as Susanna said, it's not necessarily about saying this is the most important thing, let's focus on this. There are many ingredients that we need to sort of dial up and dial down and change depending on, you know, where the market is and how well the brand is performing on those different dimensions, so that we can understand what, for us, for our brand, our context, our situation, what is the more important thing to focus on. But in fact, all of the ingredients are important to some degree.
All right. You want to say something? Sure.
Thank you. I want to just give a perspective from the business side. So if anyone who knows about MoneyPoint likely knows OPay as well. So in the personal banking segment for digital banks, you would see MoneyPoint, you would see OPay. Interestingly, MoneyPoint is priced slightly higher than OPay, and we get that feedback from customers about our price point. We carried out a study recently, about 6 months ago, to just see what customers are saying about OPay as well. Surprisingly, despite the fact that OPay offers a cheaper price point and that's one of their selling points, would you believe that their customers are still talking about the price? Customers want you to give them everything free. The main thing there is the value. If the value exceeds what that price looks like to them, then they're willing to invest.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We need to move the track along. Can we put our hands together for our speakers as they go back to their seats? And now for the last presentation for this particular track, I would like to invite on stage Femi from Kantar Nigeria and Nanjala from Google Kenya. They'll be speaking to us about African intelligence, shaping AI for the world's youngest continent. And maybe some, two quick fun facts about the two of them. Femi looks very slim, right? But he loves food. Tebe, originally, earlier on the day showed, was it a monkey?
Yeah.
Yeah, Femi's your guy.
No, I do not eat monkeys.
And then Nanjala has been with Google for 17 years. Can we put your hand together for them once again? Over to you.
Thank you all. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Nairobi, Kenya. If you've flown in, I hope you're enjoying the weather as much as Femi is. So when I joined Google, which is 17 years ago, we were at the cusp of a platform shift. Does anyone remember what was happening 17 years ago? Everyone holds one of these items today in this room. Someone said, exactly, smartphone. Now, today we are at the cusp of another platform shift, which is the AI platform shift. So when Femi, came to me and said, of all the research studies that Google and Kantar have done together, which one should we come and present some insights? And it was a no-brainer that we have to speak about AI. Now, let me take you a few years back. Think about 2021, post-COVID. AI is not yet a big thing. In fact, people who are using AI at this point are either developers or PhD researchers or people who can code. Now, fast forward to 2023, something significant happens. The explosion of large language models, generative AI, and now any user who can speak, type, take a picture can now interact with AI directly. And so, has it moved? Yes. So when we were thinking about what is the most interesting question that we can start to ask ourselves to research around AI, we asked ourselves, in a continent like ours, youngest continent, hustle in the hearts of our users, people who are digitally savvy, the question was not if AI would be adopted. We knew definitely users would take on AI. It was how they would adopt it. And so we had seen 3 leapfrogs in Africa. The first leapfrog, Kenya, mobile money, we leapfrog banking. Remember, we leapfrogged landlines into mobile phones. So we asked ourselves, could this be also another significant leapfrog moment? And so when we set out to do this research, we set out to ask ourselves, would the African user use AI in a nuanced way? Would it be the same? Would it be different? What can we find out about the African user? And how can we set ourselves up for the future of the opportunity that AI presents itself? So I'm going to hand over to Femi right now to walk us through some of the insights that we saw.
All right. Thank you very much, Nanjala. All right. These findings came from a study that we have been doing with Google for a very long time. It's called the Usage and Awareness Tracker. And so basically what we tried to do at this point was to begin to track the recognition of AI across SSA. So basically restricting that to Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. And so what this is basically saying is how the awareness of AI has grown over from 2024, which is when we started doing a very major tracking of it, and we can see how it has continued to grow with South Africa and Kenya showing the highest growth, and Nigeria also showing that excellent growth as well. And then we also went further to look at the utilization of AI. And again, you can see that upward trajectory. You can see how there has been a continued growth and a continued shift across all of the markets. And so you see that, in addition to awareness, usage is the other side of that story. And on the markets, this has continued to grow. And, we expect this growth to continue in a very, very excellent way as time goes on. So what we then decided to do is to further break this down across various age groups or the various generations. So interestingly, you see that the younger ones, the 18 to 24, they started out strong, right, in terms of usage, and then they sort of they sort of, and so at that point, that was when the buzz started, right? So these were the first adopters, the early adopters. They took it up, they loved it, they were enjoying it. But then as time went on, it began to lag, while the 25s to 24 and above began to use it very actively. And part of the reason for this was because AI started becoming very, very useful for technical purposes, for technical reasons. So people could now use it in their offices. They could now use it for technical things. And so even though students were using it as well, the working class began to take this up and to take it up very powerfully. I would like to call out just a little bit. You can see that struggling yellow line, that squiggly yellow line. So this refers to the much older generation, with all due respect to the older people. So funny story. So in doing this study, amongst other things, we found out that the older generation were taking up the usage of TikTok, which was very shocking, right? They were taking it up and they were using it. And so we tried to find out why they were using it. And the number one reason was that they wanted to spy on their kids. All right, they wanted to know what their kids were doing. And then this particular elderly lady, so we had this case study, right? So she took it up, and then she took a picture. So what she asked herself was, what was so special about TikTok, right? So she took it up, and then she took a picture, and she noticed that it took out her wrinkles. So she sent it to her friends, all right? And they also picked it up, and they started using it, right? So this story is a very interesting story. Would you like to know what they do with AI? All right, so you have to invite me to the next ESOMA to find that out. Moving on. All right, so in terms of adoption, right, so between sub-Saharan Africa and global, so we broke down what people do with AI into three key buckets, all right? So first and foremost that they use AI for is asking, all right, doing and expressing. So what is asking? Asking is basically seeking for information. When you want to find out what is going on here and there and things like that, general. So we just put that in a very large bucket. The next that we put, the next is doing, all right? So basically, using AI for technical reasons, for technical purposes, and whatever it is that you want to use it for. And expressing is every other thing, all right? So we see that between global and SSA again, restricting that to Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa, the usage patterns are the same. So generally, the primary thing they use it for is asking, the second thing they use it for is doing, and the final thing they use it for is expressing. But when we go a bit more granular, so is it changing? All right, cool. So when we go a bit more granular, you see that the usage patterns are different. All right, so we see in SSA what they use it for is for technical things, right? Technical help, and then also for seeking for information and then practical guidance. Technical help basically refers to things like coding, data analysis, the basic technical things that we try to do. On the other hand, the global population, what they do use it for is for things like practical guidance. So this practical guidance is like how to advise. All right, it's more like the softer needs of people. And this basically in and of itself tells you a story. That the global population, or let's say generally the West, right, they have moved on from a lot of the problems that Africa is trying to solve. So their needs are very different from our needs. So over here, they are trying to solve more problems due to necessity. So they are trying to solve actual and real life problems. Okay. I'm not sure why this isn't working. All right, cool. So basically, just to round up this section, so what we want to do, or what we want to talk about next, basically what we are trying to analyze is how we can take the bull by the horn, how we can be very deliberate about shaping AI, shaping the adoption upon the continent. So we are no longer allowing it to fall upon us. We are at this point deciding how we want to shape its utilization and the evolution on the continent. So I'll hand over to Nanjala to take that session.
Thank you, Femi. So we've seen it's not a question of if users will adopt, it is a question of how they will adopt it. And we've seen how technical help is one of the biggest categories that users are using AI for today. And it actually makes sense. Someone in, I think one of the presenters earlier said, if you create value, people will find a way to use the product or the service. And that's essentially it. So when I think about how do we put the evolution of AI front and center in the continent, with the customer being at the core of this evolution? I'm grounded by 3 things, which I'm going to walk you through. Now, the first one is, think about how, at the beginning of this AI evolution, there was the assumption or the myth that might it take so long for AI to be adopted in Africa because of all the challenges that exist. It's true, there's infrastructure challenges, we know that. We know data cost is expensive. But the data proves this wrong. The data shows that no, if the technology is there and it works and it solves a need, people will adopt the technology. So it's the question that we should ask ourselves is, the products, the brands, the services that we create, are they useful enough for the customer? And if the answer is yes, then definitely they'll adopt. Same thing as we have seen with AI. Now, the second truth that grounds this opportunity for me is how whenever we talk about building for Africa, it often seems like a daunting task. People look at Africa, obviously, as this vast place with 54 countries, thousands of languages spoken. So building a product for Africa seems just like a difficult task. But now the interesting thing to think about is, with this moment of AI, this language fragmentation problem sort of solves itself. AI is the first technology, and if you feel differently, let me know. The first technology that has been built with multimodality and multilinguality inherently in there. So when you think about reaching out to your customers, speaking to your customers, please, how do you leverage this AI technology that's already leapfrogged how we used to build products? Back in the day, you would build a product in English, and then you would localize it to many other languages, and it would sort of slow down the momentum of rolling out. This is not the case today with AI. So the challenge, again, is what are the gaps, what are the problems that your brands are trying to solve that for a really long time you've been postponing because it just feels daunting? How can you leverage AI to help solve those problems? And then the final one, which for me is sort of the reality check or the mirror, in front of us, is everything that we've seen today, everything that we've talked about, around, the smartphone usage, the adoption, everything is only relevant for 1 in 3 people in SSA. Internet penetration in SSA stands at 34%. So we can't think that the work is done, but it is far from done. Now compare that with global. Global internet penetration is at 71%. So 7 in 10 people, have access to the internet. So it will take a lot of effort to bridge this gap from 1 in 3 to get to 7 in 10, to get to 10 in 10. And one of the key things that has been at the core of Google's mission from day one is how do we make information accessible to everyone? And the way we think about it is full stack. Beginning with laying subsea cables, connecting Africa to Australia, Africa to Europe, making sure there's, high-speed internet, cross-continental high-speed internet, to building data centers in cloud regions, for example, that we announced in South Africa, and beyond that, to even building products and services that we improve every day, with AI that help address the everyday use cases of the consumer everywhere around the world. So I'll give you an example of what we are doing with students with Gemini. Now, think about when you were in uni. Last time you were in uni, you were doing this revision for your exams, and you had written down your arguments about how you would answer a specific question. If you wanted to critique that argument, you'd probably have to find a study group, or maybe reach out to your professor or someone else to help critique this argument. Right now, with your phone, you just need to take out Gemini, use Gemini Live, point the camera at your notes, and ask Gemini, can you point out flaws in my argument? Something else that's really cool that Gemini is empowering the journey of studying that we have today is something called audio overviews. Imagine uploading your lecture notes, your 300-page PDF page of a topic that you're studying, and asking Gemini to translate that into a podcast, which you can listen to on the go. This is the power of AI. So AI doesn't stop at, it's a cool technology that this select few can use. No. It is how do we integrate this technology across every single use case that is important to our consumer. So when you think about how you leverage the opportunity today in this significant platform shift, think about that. How will you use AI to help address the use cases that your consumers care about? And I want to leave one really interesting fun fact, which I found out couple of weeks ago. And I know this is a dilemma that educators have today with AI. When the calculator was invented in the 1960s, do you know how long it took for the calculator to be adopted in the classroom? Does anyone have a guess? It took 30 years. You know why? Teachers thought it would stifle thinking, calculators. So I know it's the same exact thing that people are thinking about with AI, but AI is here, and we've seen our users, especially the young cohort, already adopting it. So it's up to us to think, how do we build products and services in an era where users will be AI native? There'll be users that will, their first interaction to the internet will be through AI. So how do we think about building for this opportunity today? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nangela, and thank you, Femi. I have a quick question for you, though. Can you tell us which market in sub-Saharan Africa has the highest download of Gemini? I can imagine, right, with all the things you're saying.
Yeah.
And then maybe a second question would be that there's a concern around the fact that as people use AI, you know, the sense of the creative, analytical kind of mindset, you know, will start declining, you know, because they're not over-leaning on Gemini. What's your take on that?
Yeah, let me start with the first one. The way we see AI is an enabler, is a tool. The best way to think about it is, like any other tool, the quickest way you can learn how to leverage this tool to help you get ahead, you will be the cohort of users that will get ahead with this technology. Because, again, an interesting thing about AI is this shift has happened everywhere at once. It's not that there's one region that's left behind and then there's another one that has this hoarding this technology. It's happening all at once. So the best way to think about it, from the creative sphere, from whichever field, how do you leverage this tool that's accessible today, that is not going anywhere? Yeah, and so that would be my answer. Creativity will exist, but the super creativity will be the ones who can best leverage their own creativity and then augment that with AI. And then to your second question about highest
market.
Highest market of, you said downloads.
Yes, by students.
For students.
Yes.
In SSA.
Yeah.
Kenya.
Kenya.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Maybe a very quick one. I'm just curious. You said the older users are downloading TikTok to spy on their kids.
Yeah.
Any other interesting behavior from them?
So because there are many older people in the room, I would rather not say. But they are doing fine. They are doing all right.
A round of applause to them, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we've listened through about 4 presentations and we've been sitting down for a while. So please welcome the Lost State of Mind dancers to the stage, brought to you by Axe Africa. Let's put our hands together for them, please.
Hello, hello. How is everyone? Are you happy to be here? Okay, so before we shake our body a little bit, because we've been sitting for a while, we're just going to do like a really quick warm-up, okay? So kindly just stand up, kindly. Yeah, so as we are up, I'll just give you like a brief intro of our organization. We are Lost State of Mind, an organization that uses dance and arts to advocate for mental health. So we do a lot of dance movement therapy, and we also do therapy for corporates, okay? Yeah, so let's start. Just roll the head, roll the head, roll the head, roll the head, roll the head. The other direction, the other direction. Okay, shoulder, 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 shoulder. Shoulder, 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 shoulder. Pull it up and relax. Pull it up and relax. Shake, 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 shake. Shake, 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 shake. Okay, try get balance. Shake the leg, shake the leg, shake the leg. Okay, good, good, good. The other side, shake the leg, shake the leg. Good, good, good. Right, 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 right. Left, 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 left. Right, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Okay, so you feel warm, right? You feel warm, right? Okay, quick stretch. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. The other side, the other side. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Good, good, good. To the back. The other side. And then big hug for yourself. Good, 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 good. Okay, try look at the back. Try look at the back, the other side. Okay, shake, 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 shake. Ah, good job. You guys are warm now. Okay, let's have.
I think it will be very wrong to have visitors coming and they have, we can show you 3 or 4 moves that you can go home with. When you go back to Europe, where you're from, anywhere, at least you can say you learn some Kenyan moves. Just a few moves that you can be able to do. When you're in the evening doing your cocktail and everything, video calls, I learned some move. And this is the opportunity. So what are you going to do? Simple step. You're going to step to your right 4 times. Just do like 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you go to your left side, 5, 6, 7, go. And 1, 2, 3. Amazing, amazing. I have a new dance team. One more time. 5, 6, 7, go. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And again. 1, 2, 3. Ha. 1, 2. Nice. Now we bring it to the African way. You want to step to the front. You step, step, bring it up and step, step. One more time. Step, step. You can do better, guys. Step, step. Aha, aha. Step, step. Nice. Step, step. Nice. That's
music.
it. So we use that music. And then one more time, you're welcome to Africa, Nairobi, Kenya. Music, please.
This time for Africa. Samina, mina, waka, waka, Samina, mina, sakalewa, anawa, Samina, mina, waka, waka, Samina, mina, sakalewa. This time for Africa. I'm well on my journey, biggie, biggie, mama.
Nice.
Go, go, get it. I'm journey, biggie, biggie, mama. From east to west, Mati, waka, waka, ma, waka, waka, ma, this is Africa.
I'm loud and ready for the Africa. Nice. Yes, yes. You wanna make me go to a
Samina, mina, waka, waka, Samina, mina, sakalewa, anawa, Samina, mina,
one more time.
Waka, waka, Samina, mina, sakalewa. This time for Africa. Tango, tango,
yeah.
Samina, mina, sakalewa, anawa, tango, tango, Samina, mina, sakalewa, anawa,
Just go around the house.
this time for Africa. This time for Africa. All Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm sure some of us, you're already sweating, isn't it? Right, just quick housekeeping. Now it's time for lunch. Please join us on the 8th floor in the restaurant, and then we should be back here by 1:25. Please enjoy your lunch.
Testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Good afternoon. If everyone could take their seats. Let's give it a few more seconds. Shall we do burpees for the latecomers? Burpees and push-ups? Okay, good afternoon. My name is Simba, and I lead the Consumer Insights team in East and West Africa for Unilever. We've got an exciting discussion today. We're talking about the youth, okay? And we've got 3 amazing speakers that are going to come up on stage to inspire us, and they're going to talk about the demographics of the youth, what they're passionate about, what their challenges are, and also give us a download in terms of really who they are, how we can connect with them better as marketeers and as researchers, and the impact of our brands, okay? So just a few reflections on my side. So at Unilever, we've been on a long journey over the last couple of years to really try to connect with the youth a lot more. So every month we're quite deliberate in terms of trying to connect with them, consumer immersions, focus groups, going out to universities and really trying to understand them empathetically to make sure that we serve them better, obviously as our future buying power. And just a few reflections. I think one of the immersions that we're at, I kept on introducing myself, politely, general Kenyan greetings, jambo, habari yako, and they always looked at me like, who's this guy? Where's he from? The formal Kenyan greetings. And then I later realized that, Duolingo Swahili doesn't work in the streets. You have to essentially make sure that you are in touch with the local slang and the local sheng, which is the Kenyan slang. So I've learned mambo, nyaje, and if I say that, you respond with puasana, zuri, kofiti, and freshi. Okay, so for those who are not from Kenyan, please link up with the Kenyan afterwards to learn how to speak or greet Swahili in the streets. Okay, all right. So I think without further ado, let me call upon our first batch of speakers. We've got Sneha and we've got Kalyani from Cognitive Research. They've come all the way from India, and they're going to introduce us what the Kenyan and the African youth consumer is all about. Thank you very much.
So thank you, everyone. So basically, after few minutes, we will gonna see how African youth, the future. It's not a future segment, but it's a present force. So it explores the power in the African market shifting from the brand institution to the youth themselves. So moving ahead. Yeah. So yeah, as I said, Africa Future is already here. So it's a young median age is 19 years. So of course, this is a powerhouse to create an engine of economical growth. So what is the meaning that? In short, now the African youth is not just the consumers. They are into the production as well. They are creating new brands, micro-manufacturing, local brands. Because of that, what is happening? People are more into the businesses. Almost 20% are running the business, and in that, 7 to 10% are the young population. So of course, it is accounted into the economical growth. So near future, they are changing their boundaries and they are creating new growth for the Africa. So yeah, so stats states that the 60% of Africa population is under the age of 25. So it is almost 42% of the, by 2030, Africa will account by the world of youth population. So Africa is the fastest growing consumer market. And now, and why, there are reasons behind it, that is growing population, urbanization, and again, internet penetration. Because of that, people are spending times on internet. They are purchasing few things like, and that's why the consumer power is increasing. And this number is 2.1 trillion will be reached at 2.5 trillion by the 2030. So, and this number is not by the consumption, but of course by the production as well. So yes, the next. Of course, African youth holds enormous promise. Urbanization, digitalization, digital leapfrogging. And what is the digital leapfrogging? Fintech, edtech, agri-tech, health tech. So in that, for example, in a fintech, right now in Kenya, M-Pesa is booming so fast. In 2023, they have also launched in Ethiopia. So because of these reasons, they are contributing in the economical growth. And again, government also is focusing on the AI platform for the education. Yes, the promise is real, but at the same time, there are structures, which is paradox, is there. What is that? 35% unemployment. And this is completely untapped market. But for that, of course, 30% are need. What is my need? Not in employment, not in education, and not in training. So we need to reduce that gap. And for that, of course, we have to check the few parameters. Like education, we need to create 12 to 15 million jobs per year. And now youth are doing that. Youth are creating a new job. And businesses. So yes, moving ahead. Yeah. The youth is not only focused on global fluent, but they are mostly locally grounded as well. So the local mindset is not about the local to global, but of course local to global as well. So they are mostly rooted, they are globally fluent, but still they are locally grounded as well. For example, Nike sneakers paired with the Ankara prints. So this is the main parameter, or this is the key power you can say in a youth, their local mindset. Now moving ahead, my colleague will tell you about the brands, how the brands are actually behaving and the youth are treating them. Yeah.
Thank you, Kalyani, for giving us an overview of how African market is behaving. I would like to start with that our research starts from a different perspective. We see youth not just as demographic, but youth as shift in power. Shift of power from brands to communities, shift of power from institutions to individuals. While doing our study, we saw three different factors that shape the African market behaviors. Those are from material ownership to digital ownership. Youth cares about not just possession, but digital ownership. They care about networking. They care about structural changes. The second change that we observed was from imported aspiration to cultural authenticity. Youth is not just interested in global trends, but they are interested to have their own identity grounded. When the global markets or when global brands come in Africa market, they should be aware that the youth care about their own identity, their own cultural authenticity. The third factor that we observed was the youth is also interested in from formal employment to entrepreneurship. They are more interested and inclined towards building their own brands, whether it is micro brands, whether it is digital platforms, or whether it is competing with global trends. They are nowhere behind any of the global market. Talking about the next slide, we see that there are 4 factors that are very important when we talk about the forces that shape every decision that happen in Africa. The first one is identity. The second is trust. When we talk about trust, trust is something that has to be always given importance when we talk about consumer behavior in Africa market. The third is gender. When I talk about gender, I talk about women inclusion in distribution channel, not just in digital access. Women are also less digitally active than men in African market. They are also behind men in many markets. Fourth factor is gender. So I've already spoken about women and men behavior in the market. So these are main 4 pillars of shaping every decision in African market. The next slide talks about how youth has shaped narratives than passively just consuming them. We have some of the stats with us that say 70% of all online shoppers in Africa are aged below 35. That means the major number of consumers are youth. Youth are something that has to be looked upon. They are the main consumers when it comes to digitalization. The second stat says that 3 in 5 Gen Z Africans have started to plan their own business. They are more inclined to have their own brands rather than just being formally employed by companies. The third factor says that 54% of youth consumers are willing to switch brands for better ethical alignment. That means brands have to look after whether they are ethically aligned with the African youth or not. Next, also I would like to emphasize that youth is no longer waiting for the opportunities, they are creating them themselves. Now talking about the next slide, here I have tried to show that how brands in Africa region is behaving. Markets where pricings are fluctuating, the market is volatile, we have to be careful with the consumers and how they are behaving. Here in markets like this, consistency matters more than creativity. Ethics matters more than awareness, and reach matters more than ethnicity. So these are the factors that have contributed in the consumer behavior in Africa market. Also, loyalty is episodic, and it has to be taken care when we talk about relevance. We also have found that trust-led campaigns have shown better cycles loyalty than basic campaigns. This slide talks about women behavior in Africa market. Women are something that is untapped structure in Africa. They are the underdogs. When I say women, they don't just drive inclusivity, but they also expand distribution channels. We have seen in some of the markets that they have led 42% of social commerce in some of the markets, in markets like Ghana and Nigeria. But we also have to be careful that they have less digital access than men. That is 42% less access than men. Moving ahead. Here are some pointers that brands should look after when they're trying to enter the African market or whether they are active in the market. The first one is from material ownership to digital ownership. The second is redefining value beyond price. The third is hearing the youth and their pointers in decision making. We have to give youth the power to say their pointers and to have their opinions in the markets and campaigns. The fourth is build through transparency. Make people aware of what is the sourcing, how is the pricing structured, whether it is ethical, whether it is sustainable. So these are the 4 pointers that we have to look after when we say that youth is the most important consumer in African market today. Coming to the end of our presentation, we would like to wrap up with saying that in coming decades, global cultures will not just be shaped in LA or London, but also in Lagos and Nairobi. And the youth will not just merely consume the brands or the products, but they will also co-create with them. So yes, this is the end of the presentation. I hope everyone likes it. Thank you.
you. Just testing the mic. Thanks. And, the clicker. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think what stood out for me is trust. Trust is very important when it comes to connecting with the youth. And I think also the team from Ipsos and the rest of the presenters also reinforced that fact. You know, trust is not only about how we connect and how we communicate with the youth, but also in terms of how we actually design our products and the insights that we provide to our brands in terms of making sure that our products actually meet their needs from an efficacy and a quality point of view. Okay, so our next speaker is Chris from Real Analytics, and really looking forward to this one. He's really going to touch on the Gen Zs, as we like to call them in Kenya. And essentially, we're going to be having an engaging discussion, hey Chris, around what they're passionate about and how we should meet them halfway in the future. Thanks. Over to you.
Thank you. Most often we speak about numbers on the screens. But sometimes what is important is not the number. It's about the cultural shift. How authority speaks. How expertise dresses, like the way you've dressed. And basically, how a new generation, defines what credible looks and feels like. Today, I'm here to speak about the aspirations of a generation. Not on a screen, but in their mindset. I want to speak about the next billion voices, the signals from Kenyan Gen Zs. We studied Gen Zs in Kenya, that is people aged below 25, and there are signals that we found from them. Why Kenya? Kenya is basically not representative of Africa, but it is revealing of what Africa is. Every other tribe in the continent of Africa lives here in Nairobi, be it Nigerians from West Africa, South Africans, or Ethiopians from the north, Somalis from the Horn. You will find them here. So what we are saying, we are not representative of Africa, but we are revealing of what Africa is. Africa has got 60% of its population aged below 60. 2 in every 3 Kenyans is aged below 25. Now, we're not looking at the population alone, because we're moving from a demographic dividend to an imagination dividend. Why are we looking at this? Youth as a population, but then there are uneven opportunities. So what happens when they don't have opportunities? They have to become imaginative in how they are going to live. We're also looking at Kenya because of deep mobile penetration. If you look at Kenya, we have mobile telephony penetration is higher than most African countries. And I remember one of the co-presenters here talked about AI penetration in Kenya is the highest. We look at the economic pressure. You've just visited Nairobi. You've seen the pressure here. And that pressure means the youth in Kenya have to reimagine how they are going to live in this century. What we are saying is we are not representative, but we are revealing of what Africa is. What is the conceptual shift? We need to remove from that demographic dividend to an imagination dividend. We always tell us Africa's dividend is the youth, but then there is no employment. What is the youth going to do? They need to start to imagine how they are going to live. So they become creative around income strategies. They have to redefine their identity, and they have to have informal civic systems. You saw the demonstrations around the finance bill. And for the first time, the Kenyan youth achieved what our politicians have not achieved since independence. Basically, putting a government to have an interaction with them. And what did they do? They were walking with bottles of water, not with stones. You've always associated Africa with demonstrations and stones. What did the youth do? No. They carried water. They had their iPhones. And they were on Twitter everywhere. That is what we are talking about. So there is that conceptual shift. What was the intent of this research? We wanted to find out what is the emerging signal. We also wanted to understand what meaning the youth make under constraint. It's a youth population that is under constraint. We also needed to explore what are the future-oriented behaviors. How are the youth going to behave in the future? So basically, we did not want to measure prevalence. We do not want to tell you these are the numbers, but we wanted to tell you this is the attitude. We were looking at depth and not scale. In terms of methodology, it's very interpretative, not representative, very depth, not scale, and it is focused on patterns and tensions and weak signals. What are the tensions that these youth need to navigate? So basically, we are not looking at distribution again, if that is what we want to look at. Then we also had a multidimensional approach. There were ethnographic immersions with the youth. We went to their lived environments and had experiences with them. We also had digital diaries. We asked them to tell us what they were doing, where they were, and what they were doing wherever they were. We also had youth foresight labs. We brought youth together in labs where they imagined the future, what the future will look at. So basically what we wanted to do was to capture the lived reality of the Kenyan youth. What was the design logic? How do the youth adapt under pressure? We have economic pressures, unemployment. How then do they adapt? Ethnicity is a pressure in Africa. How do they adapt to that? Where sometimes your name will be the difference between whether you get a job or not, whether you are allowed to vote or not. How then do they navigate that? We also wanted to look at where formal systems, when formal systems break, do the youth have alternatives? And then we also wanted to look at those alternatives that emerge. In terms of analytical lens, we looked at the recurring narratives, what was recurring, what were the adaptive behaviors, and what were the frictions with institutions. So basically, we were not interested in the segments. We do not want to tell you that this gender, this age group, this is what we do. That was not our interest. But then, what is the signal in how the youth live today? What emerged? 4 things. 1, the youth have a self-authored identity. The other thing is digital platform has become a survival infrastructure. They have become digital natives. The millennials were basically digital immigrants. We use the internet as a tool. I want to communicate with my boss, I want to do an email, but then for them, this has become a survival infrastructure. They will tell you, my phone is my office. Yes? Then we also had parallel citizenship. Somebody talked about loyalty. Africans are not loyal. Yeah? We love our continent, but we are not loyal. Those who are in marketing, you understand. Satisfaction and NPS are 2 different things. Satisfaction does not necessarily mean I am going to be loyal. So basically we are saying we love Africa, but when systems don't work, we have to do what we need to do to survive. So we're talking about parallel citizenship. We were able to find that in the survey, and then the structural well-being. There was another presentation here, and the question was asked, what are the most important things to Africans? And somebody mentioned in the 6th place was mental well-being. So the youth are saying, I am not interested. When you are telling me that the future looks bright, tomorrow is okay, that is not what interests me. What interests me is, what am I going to eat tomorrow? Do I have a roof over my head tomorrow? Do I have a cloth to wear tomorrow? That is what interests the youth. So those 4 emerged. Let's talk about self-authored identity. So here what we found is that identity is becoming a personal construction project. Myself, I come from Western Kenya, the Greater Nyanza region. And basically, in a Kenyan context, how I behave should be defined by my Luo ethnic group. But the Gen Z is not defined that way. To them, you will find a Gen Z named Otieno like myself, but they behave differently. They do not want to behave like their parents do. So they have decided to chart their identity. he mentioned about the Sheng. Yeah? They have even decided to create their own language that they use to speak and communicate with people. Then there's strong emphasis on self-definition. I want to define myself. That is why I want that space on the digital platform. Then digital spaces became laboratories for identities. How many times I told Simba that one day we need to walk downtown. You guys need to find time to go to downtown Nairobi. Go to the shops where they sell mobile phones. Go to the shops where they sell mobile accessories. You will find ladies and gentlemen having their phones and with everything. They are recording. They are live on TikTok. And they have monetized TikTok and they are selling on TikTok. They have basically decided to use that platform as a laboratory to define a culture. In this case, in Nairobi, we call it the culture of plug. Those in marketing, you know. Can I plug you where you can get the cheapest? Wanasema, ukienda pale, utaipata kwa bei rahisi sana. So whereas Unilever is interested in selling something at 30 shillings, somebody somewhere on TikTok is telling somebody, I can plug you somewhere and you can get that at 10 shillings. And of course you will go there and get it at 10 shillings. So it's basically the platform where they define a different culture, even in terms of marketing and in terms of selling. So identity here becomes a form of agency. It is not the kind of identity that we are used to. For example, somebody said, I don't feel like I fully belong anywhere. Online is where I decide who and how I show up. They don't care. But as long as there's validation online, as long as there's visibility online, they are okay. They do not care whom you want to make them feel they are. I don't feel like I fully belong. I mentioned that. Digital as a survival infrastructure. I've said they use the digital platform to monetize, to create employment for themselves. So here we have income engines, we have skill development and visibility and credibility and peer support networks. You saw what happened. Then somebody mentioned my phone is my office, my shop, my CV. It's working. If it stops working, everything stops for me. So that is the youth for you now. Parallel citizenship. There is low trust in formal political institutions, and then there is high reliance on peer-led organization. If you looked at what happened in Kenya in the last 2 years, and then they are very pragmatic and action-oriented. I will be your friend today because there is something we want to get collectively. Once that is achieved, we don't have to be friends anymore. Somebody said, voting matters. But organizing ourselves is what actually helps us to survive. Yes, voting matters to them. But when they have to prioritize between voting and coming together as a community, they'd rather come together as a community to survive, not to elect a government. Finally, structural well-being. Well-being here, they experience it in terms of income security, housing and safety concerns, uncertain futures, and constraint pressure to adapt. So what then do they do? How then do they adapt? And we've mentioned, you go back to them going to use the digital platform as a platform to earn an income. They tell us to manage stress, but stress comes from not knowing you will survive. We keep on telling them, manage stress. Tomorrow will be a better day. You are the leaders of tomorrow. But they are saying what concerns us today is whether I get food and I can put that food on the table for myself. So there is a signal convergence. Across all signals, the youth do not wait. You saw that in Kenya. They also do not withdraw. In as much as the government tried to tell them do this, they did not withdraw. Then they will build parallel systems when the formal systems do not work. And these are virtual parallel systems. What was cross-cutting? Identity, technology, citizenship, and well-being interact as a single adaptive system. Change is systematic, not isolated. What is the discussion here? Youth transformation. The youth are exposed to access, and overload. The digital platform has given them access. They can get the news. They can get everything they want. But then again, it is overloading them. I need to catch up with Owino, who shows on social media that he already owns what? A Bentley. So there is that overload. And it sometimes becomes basically a mental health issue. There is tradition versus innovation. You've seen the way things have been done traditionally, but then technology has allowed them to be innovative, even around civic engagement. Then there is outrage versus impact. They are very outrageous, but sometimes this outrage does not last. How impactful is that outrage? What defines the youth then? There is activism and humor, individuality and empathy, and critique versus creativity. You've seen the memes, how we criticize governments, what we say about Trump, what we say about Bishop J.D. Yes, very creative, but then we critique them. What is the result? Adaptive innovation. What then do we need to synthesize? Under constraint, the youth, they prototype alternatives. They pre-design, they redesign participation, and then they build informal system. These are early indicators of future institutions. For marketers, if, for example, you are not able to match what the youth want, they become very creative. They sell on TikTok. What are the implications? One, institutions that are built for control, compliance, and linear pathways will struggle in an environment which are defined by agency, informality, and linear adaptation. Implications for research, we do not need to look at youth as data points. We need to re-engage and co-produce data with them. And for policymakers, NGOs, co-create, become transparent, and help them to micro-create, co-design with them. For policymakers, expand digital citizenship to the youth. For academic or for education, ensure that the youth can learn digitally, because that is where they are. Prioritize the informal systems that they can easily work around. What is the foresight? We are moving from youth scale to youth creativity. And youth will prototype the future systems under constraint. They will also imagine imagination function as adaptive infrastructure. What then this means is we need to move from engagement to co-production with the youth. The point I will leave you with, the next billion voices are already shaping our systems. Our relevance depends on whether we are still measuring the past or sensing the future. For research, I will tell you, co-create with them. For marketing, involve them. For them, trust is not about you telling them what they need. It's about creating the product and the service with them. For governments, you don't talk with them, you don't engage them, they will create alternative systems. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, I think that was amazing. I think reflections from other immersions that we've done on the ground in Kenya. One of the conversations, one gentleman kept on referring to himself as a comrade. You know, we as comrades, or I as a comrade, or us as comrades. And I didn't understand. I think I was the only one in the room at the time that didn't understand what a comrade is. And then after probing a little bit more, I then realized that actually a comrade is what they call themselves as a community, as VAST students, as a rally of activism, okay? It's a name they use to band together, okay? Essentially as a way of a cry out, you know, to ensure that their future is protected, okay? So interesting insight for me. So they would say, as comrades, we feel as brands, you guys don't understand us. We feel that the way you communicate to us is not relevant to us. Even the platforms that you guys are communicating on aren't relevant. We've talked a lot about TikTok today. And it's a really important platform for us to really engage on and to do research on. Who knew who this guy is? iShowSpeed, before he came to Africa, hands up. Who knew who he was? just a few people in the room, right? But he made such a big impact, 700 million views across all markets in Africa. And I think across each of his platforms, he's got close to 50 million followers. So very relevant. We need to partner with such individuals, speak to them in ways that is relevant to the youth. Okay. So next speaker, we have got Judith from BBC Media Action from Tanzania. And she led a really innovative approach, a consumer community research-led approach, which is really awesome in terms of connecting with the youth. Thank you, Judith.
Thank you. Today I am going to share with you what happens when you redesign your research so that the communities are not subjects but the collaborators. When they don't just answer the questions but help you to shape the questions, influence what happens next. For more than 10 years, BBC Media Action has been working with radio station partners across Tanzania to deliver impactful, impartial, and trustworthy media content to help people make informed decisions about their lives. We produce media programs like Niambie, a youth gender transformative program reaching over 6 million people across Tanzania. But we also do capacity building. We work closely with our local radio station partners, giving them training on commercial and marketing skills, but as well as production and editorial skills so that they can be able to produce quality programs that reflect their community realities. And all of our work is informed by research. Before production of any of our programs, we do formative and baseline assessments to understand our audience needs. And before the programs go on air, we also do pre-test of the media content with targeted audience. And while the program is on air, we also monitor and evaluate to see what is working and what is not working and why. Despite these efforts, we have been facing challenges. Some communities have weak or no radio coverage at all, which make it difficult for them to access our program and even more challenging to get feedback from them. But also social and gender norms limits who get to engage and participate in our program. For instance, we have been having challenges to get feedback from young girls and women through SMS and social media channels. But also change in context affects our work. For instance, during local elections, we could not send out the researchers to the field work. So in order to navigate these challenges, we had to reimagine research as a process of collaboration rather than extraction. Instead of doing research about our audiences, we started doing research with them. And the two participatory methods, which are listening groups and diary method, become the central of our efforts. But these methods were not meant to replace the other traditional methods like the focus group discussion and and surveys, rather than complementing them and helping us to understand more why people act the way they do. So in areas where there is weak or no radio coverage, we established listening groups, and these listening groups were made up of 10 to 15 members who were meeting on a weekly basis to listen to our programs. We provided them with speaker, you can see there, Bluetooth speakers and smartphones and monthly internet bundle for them to be able to download the programs that we send and share their feedback. So We trained the listening group leaders to be our core researchers. We trained them how to recruit members, how to facilitate sessions, and how to share feedback using simple guidelines. And they shared this feedback through WhatsApp messages and voice notes. And one thing that I want you to note is that we had different kind of listening groups, but the youth listening groups preferred to share their feedback in the form of voice notes, while the adult groups preferred to share it in form of text. And I am going to show you, I don't know what is happening. I'm going to show you a short video. This is not a promotion video. It's a video, it's an evidence of what happens when you work with community as co-researchers. So please watch it with me.
Jina langu naitwa Flora Simon Mbungu, ni mkazi wa Iringa Kiesa. Mimi ni msimamizi wa kikundi cha Shalom ambacho kinasikiliza vipindi vya safari ya malezi na makuzi kwa mtoto.
Na mnafahamu maana halisi ya utekelezaji wa familia na kesi zote.
Baada ya kusikiliza vipindi vyetu vya safari ya malezi na makuzi ya mtoto kwa njia ya redio na kwenye grupu, huwa tunatoka tunaenda kutoa elimu. Kwa mfano, tunatoa elimu mashuleni, tunawapa elimu inayohusiana na malezi na makuzi ya mtoto.
Ndio. Sasa leo tunajifunza, nyinyi wenyewe kwanza msiwe na tabia mbaya ili msikuvutwe.
Tukishasikiliza kipindi cha safari ya malezi, tunakaa wale kikundi cha Shalom wanatuuliza maswali, kama tusipoyaweza kuyajibu wanatujibu wao, na tunaweza kuuliza maswali yoyote ambayo yapo katika akili yetu.
What you have just seen is something that we didn't plan out as an outcome. We didn't tell the listening groups members to go out and do outreach. They did it themselves, which means that listening together, reflecting together, triggered the action. And this shows the impact of participatory research, that more than impact, it can have more, apart from having impact on data, it also can improve the way people act on information. During Tanzania local election, we also applied another participatory methodology, which was the diary study. We worked with 35 participants, young people and journalists across 10 Tanzania mainland regions. We wanted to understand how youth and women engage in election processes and social and gender norms affecting their participation. So this diarist recorded, documented their interactions and experience with regards to election campaigns, actual voting day, and results announcements. And they shared their diaries through audio notes, photos, and text. The diary method improved our research in a way that other traditional method couldn't. In this diary method, there was no recall bias because participants recorded the events as they happened. We didn't have to remind them or to tell them to remember what had happened. Also, participants chose what matters to them. I mean, they chose themselves what to document. And there was no external research influence, and the interpretation began at the point of data collection. Participants interpreted the data themselves. And the photos and notes that, the photos of the events that they provided helped us to validate their diaries, but as well as contextualize their narratives. More than ever, this reduced, I feel like I can say in this diary method, the results or the findings that we got were not filtered. Like the youth spoke what they felt about openly, more honest, unlike in other methods like focus group discussion. But however, we also faced challenges in that method because this method was new to most diarists. So initially they shared little or unclear information, so we had to do follow-up calls to extend their diaries. And another thing was that we underestimated the level of, the human effort needed for this job. Because there was only 2 of us collecting the diaries from 35 people, like seeing if there are things need to be extended, something, there is anything missing. So if you're planning to use this one, don't underestimate, like plan well, have adequate staff. And another thing, technology also posed some challenges because there were participants. I remember there were 4 participants who didn't have smartphones, so they had basic phones, and we didn't want to exclude them. So we had to collect their feedback through normal text and calls, which was somehow demanding, very demanding. And another thing was in WhatsApp groups, during the study in WhatsApp, because we use also WhatsApp group to collect these diaries, some of the members deleted the information, which gave us a signal like maybe they had concerns with privacy, or they don't know how their data will be used. And yeah. So what did we find from this study? When we looked beyond numbers, we saw that social and gender norms still influence political participation. In some communities, leadership is still viewed as man's role. Also, another thing, youth were discouraged to contest for higher positions because they are viewed as, they are seen as too young and lack experience to solve social matters. And women on the other end were expected to prioritize marital and family responsibilities over civic participation. And also beyond norms, permission also matters. We saw women who needed permission, who needed to ask permission from their husband to attend campaigns. We also saw women who needed to hide while go to vote or register. Youth, we also saw youth who voted for particular candidates because of their parents' affiliation. Also, youth, there are youth who didn't vote at all because they believed that the results were already predetermined, so their votes won't count. And journalists reported interference from political actors and also lack of access of information from the authorities. These participatory methods helped us to improve our work in so many ways. We started to involve more youth and women in our programs. They were no longer underrepresented, unlike before. But we redesigned our programs in such a way now they're more like youth and women speaking to their peers rather than experts speaking about youth or talking to youth. But they also helped us to improve our capacity building interventions. We redesigned our training curriculum to include more programs that could help journalists to navigate political pressure and do ethical reporting during sensitive times like elections. But it also helped us on how we how we design our programs, the tone we use for our programs, and the issues we prioritize in our programs. Because we, for the listening groups, remember I told you they were sending weekly feedback. So instead of our producers have to wait for maybe end-line evaluations or quarterly monitoring, they are now getting on timely feedback, which helped to improve our production work. But it also strengthened audience and presenter relationship. But the one thing that I mentioned earlier, the participatory methods, the diary method, helped us to strengthen our research ethical practices. Remember I told you there were some participants who deleted their information in the groups. So getting that feedback, we redesigned our 2025 general election study for participants to share their feedback only through personal chats. We no longer use the WhatsApp groups. And here are some of the lessons that you can get from us. So as researchers, we have to design research as a partnership and not extraction process. Remember, the previous speaker mentioned about designing or co-creating programs with youth. We also have to make sure that we clarify the purpose of your research to make sure that youth understand so that they can keep being motivated and being involved. But we also have to prioritize ethics, trust, and privacy at every stage of our research. Another thing is blend technology with accessibility, because people can only use technology when they can access it. Also, you have, for media people, make sure you turn that evidence into stories so that people can see how you have used, your research participants can see how you have used the findings, how their opinion mattered to you. But you also have to keep feedback continuously throughout the study in order to solve any challenges raised in between. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Thank you. If you could stay on stage. I think, just a reflection and maybe a provocation that design research is a partnership, right? Imagine our recruiters being the community leaders, the moderators being the community leaders, to get more involvement and participation, especially from the youth, where areas that might be inaccessible, areas that might have some gender, cultural norms that are different, okay? So I think, thank you very much. I think very insightful, okay? I think it's time for Q&A. With our speakers. So where is the mic? Any questions from the audience? Yes, there's a question over here. Sabira? Yeah.
Thank you. My question is for Judith. So, understandably, you know, all the process you have to take and apply empathy and understanding in, you know, a region where the, you know, is very patriarchal as well. What would you say, in addition to all the learnings that you've had, what is the role of the media in informing the women and also driving certain societal changes that need to happen in Tanzania? I think, you know, we all have seen what has happened. We have, you know, felt with a suppressed voice, you know, the bloodshed that has happened during the election. But then there's also another part of it, which is a female voice that's even more suppressed, you know, within the homes and not just at a governmental, you know, governmental point of view. So what would you say is the role of the media, and how does the media navigate around those societal norms, but also, as you said, you know, not, you know, with the empathy that's needed in such a market? Thank you.
Good question. I think the role of media is to make sure that even during difficult moments like these ones we have during a high political pressure, we have to make sure that we include the voices of women. We have to make sure that we understand, we keep on using more innovative ways to understand women needs and what works for them, so that we keep on supporting them. Yeah. But I'm happy to discuss about it more later. Yeah.
Thank you, Sabir. There's another question on.
Thank you. My name is Victor from Ipsos in South Africa. And thank you to all the presenters that we've gone through quite insightful presentations. Thank you. My question is to Chris around the Gen Zs. And you've defined them, you've given us a foundation of how to understand them. What drives them? Are they looking for celebrity status? Is there a hunger for that? I mean, we've seen what they do on social media, on TikTok. Are they trying to impact societies? You've seen the protests, the demonstrations in Kenya, in Tanzania. Or are they looking for some sort of, you know, personal relevance, especially in a world that, you know, is fully governed by laws, rules, regulations, and they seem to want to move away from that? What drives the Gen Zs?
Okay, what we found out in the study is they're not driven by personal, basically they want to be famous. What they are saying is when formal systems fail, they create alternatives. And they are saying that alternative must work for us. So what you're seeing is not a rejection of what's happening. It's basically recreating how they want to live. They are telling governments, they are telling policymakers, they are telling corporates that this is what you're offering us, but it is not working for us. We want something that is working for us. So when there is rage, that rage is not because they want to be famous. That rage is because they want to be heard. We've said, they are saying, co-create with us, engage us. And it needs to go beyond engagement. It has to go towards co-creation, and just like she's mentioned, not just in research, but can you partner with them? For example, you want to create a housing problem, solution for a housing problem. They are saying, yes, there is a housing problem, but you cannot give us a solution. You are solving it for us. Can we also be part of creating that solution? So they are not rejecting systems. They do not want to be famous, but they are saying, we want systems to work for us. Remember, we had said there is that identity, self-authored identity. This is who Chris is, and I want things to work for me. When they come to the workplace, for example, some of you here, you work with Gen Zs under you. They are saying the system needs to work for me. They are asking you, why should I be here 8 to 5 Monday to Friday? The same thing I can do from the comfort of my house, and in 3 days, I can accomplish what you want me to do in 5 days. So they are challenging the system, not because they want to fame, but because they want comfort. for a system that works for them. I don't know if I answered you.
Thank you. Thank you. More questions? I don't see any hands up. Oh, there we go. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Absolutely fantastic presentations. Thank you so much. I have a question to all of you regarding the social context of the youth. Have any of you done systemic research around the families and determined to what extent youth opinions and perceptions are influenced or are strongly influenced by their families? So the level of independence is what I'm getting at.
I think that's a very good question. To answer that question, I would say that the Gen Z particularly, they don't care about what their mentors or what their families have to say. They have their own voices, they have their own answers, and they want to live the way they want to. So I would like to answer this question that yes, to some extent they are influenced by the families, but they have their own independent voices and they have their own independent ideas.
To add in that, because there are some countries in that they are mostly their decisions, of course they are influenced by globally, but their decisions are basically from families and the social norms, and then only they took the decisions. So yes, these are the factors, of course it will affect, but now the everything is changing, and that's why for the economical growth we need to understand that the change is necessary, and for that I think family should be changed and they will change. Yeah.
In our survey, what we found was, and actually we mentioned it as one of the emerging themes, is self-authored identity. And some of them said, I don't want to be pregnant because pregnancy kills me. That pregnancy will kill me. In an African context, you reach 25 and your parents want you to be pregnant, but the youth is saying, I am not going to be pregnant because it will kill me. I need to first of all get a job. And this is not just in Africa alone. If you look at studies in the West, the median age for marriage right now, for example, in the West, is around 40. When somebody is established, when you look at reality shows like that one for Steve Harvey, when couples come, somebody they have lived together for 2 years, you ask them, why have you not proposed, we are living together? The man is saying, yes, I want to marry you, but I'm not ready. We still do not have the money. So there is that kind of independence that is slowly creeping among the Gen Z. And basically, probably the algorithm is changing, because when we lived, we didn't have that mass media where we'll see what's happening probably in Tanzania, in the US. But right now we are able to see, and we are able to see how the youth are rejecting patriarchy, how they are rejecting controlled parenthood, and so easily this influences them. So yes, it may not be as they may want, but in our study we are showing you that this is likely the direction that it will take, that it will reach a point where the youth will be totally independent. Right now, yes, they may still listen to their parents, but just to an extent, so that they do not want to be disrespectful. But slowly, they are basically becoming self-authored, they're trying to create their self-authored identity. That's why we talked about the Sheng, you talked about whatever they are doing. They dancing, twerking. Probably look at Africa. Twerking was unheard of. But right now, you go to TikTok, you go to Instagram, they are doing it. And they are telling you, utadu. That is Sheng for, what will you do? This is who I am.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, I think we can take 2 more questions. And Rulani, thanks.
Hello, and thank you very much for your presentations. My question is, well, a comment and a question. We've spoken so much about Gen Zs the past couple of years, and there's the Gen Alpha which is coming up, and for me, I know I'll have my legal drinking age in 2 years for Gen Alpha. So the question is, have we also started looking into these people? And besides digital, what else is happening? I think for Gen Zs, We have spoken a lot, and Alpha is really coming up quite quickly. And for me, I have 2 years only left.
For us in our study, we basically looked at both the Gen Z and the Gen Alpha. In our immersions, what we did, we looked at the Gen Zs, and because the Gen Alpha, you remember, ethically we couldn't have conversations with them, but we had conversations with the caregivers. And the caregivers were able to talk about situations where kids want to be in control of the remote. So we're moving from digital immigrants to digital natives, which is now the Gen Z. But then there is another one, and that's why we are saying this is a pattern. It's a direction that is likely to be there. It probably, we are not predicting, because remember, it's about emotions, about generations. Things may change, but we are saying the pattern is the digital infrastructure has changed the algorithm of engaging the youth. You in your house, and they will tell you, Mom, I want to watch this. There is an immersion I personally attended where basically the kid went out and simply went to the control unit and switched off because the dad wanted to watch EPL and the kid was watching a cartoon. And then you ask yourself, who is the father and who is the kid? Yeah, so those are questions. So for us, we did not just look at Gen Z, we also tried to incorporate Gen Alpha in terms of caregivers. We went to schools and we talked with the teachers who are looking after them. We didn't look at them at workplace, but we looked at them in a school setup and in a family setup. And probably, if Gen Z is becoming a native, the guys with AI, I don't know what the Gen Alpha will be, but then they will be more independent, basically, more than the Gen Zs.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. There's one more question. Yeah.
Thanks for the presentations, really insightful. I'd like to ask Africa, like when you spoke about Africa earthquake, right? So you mentioned that to win the youth's trust, you need to pursue a trust-led campaign, right? Could you please just add a bit more color in terms of like what is a trust-led campaign and how should we as brand custodians be thinking about it moving forward?
I think when we talk about trust-led campaigns, we need to focus on telling the youth what exactly the product is, how the sourcing is done, where the raw material is coming from, what is the price fluctuations happening clearly, and how it is based. Whether if the prices are going up, what are the reasons it is going up. And in markets like Africa, where the market is very volatile because the prices go up and down depending on the demands and supply. So we need to make it very clear to the youth or to the consumers, where is it coming from, what was the source, why the prices are going up, and why is it changing. So yes, this is some of the factors that we can use to make campaigns more trustful and more helpful for the youth and the consumers.
You want to end?
So basically, yes, of course, the trust is very important point. And for that, there are so many parameters. Like we can do surveys as well. We can run AI surveys as well. And in that, we get to know how the youth is thinking. Now the African youth is, we can say they are an architect. You can mold them how you want. And by digitalization, now AI platforms and like in Kenya right now, I just said it's M-Pesa is developing, and they are of course holding some percentage into the GDP as well. So these kind of things, if we, and even education platforms, EdTech, Agri-Tech. So of course we need to, first of all, we need to educate them through the social media, and we can take surveys from the social media as well, and we need to understand how they are thinking, and then only brand should think in that way, how we should come here or how we should present over here. So this is the main parameter I think I want to add.
Okay. Thank you. I think a round of applause for all of our speakers. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you so much for all of your questions. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker from Ask Africa, and he's got an interesting name, very interesting name. Like myself, people think I'm Kenyan based on my name, but I'm not from Kenya. I'm from Zimbabwe, and hands up, all the Zimbos in here. I think I've seen a couple. There we go, there we go. Yes, so I would like to call upon Christopher, okay, with an interesting surname, Niwang. Okay, so yeah, I think I'll leave him to explain where that surname comes from. I think he might be Blackanese. But yeah, I think welcome on stage. He's the Chief Commercial Officer for Ask Africa. And yeah, over to you. Thanks.
I was hoping to have a little bit of music because let's try it again and see if the music does play off the slides. I'm not so sure, once they get the music sorted, I'm not so sure if I'll be able to explain the origins of my surname, but it always makes for a good icebreaker. I like to tell people I'm Blackanese, and they see me and clearly not. I think you can up the volume a little bit. Up the volume, guys. Where's the energy? There we go. We are African, right? Rhythm and dance. Rhythm and dance. Thank you. So, I want to start off a little bit with my story, and rightfully so, I must actually start off by saying hello to everyone. I believe Karibu, or should I say Tudubeng, Comment ça va? To my Nigerian brothers in the room, should I be saying, how far now? And to saying, Charlie, how you doing? When I look at all the vibrancy, the beautiful languages, Habari za mchana, the vibrancy on our continent is infectious. Now, when I look at my own personal story, child born in Accra, Ghana, doesn't explain the surname, by the way. Maybe if I said ni hao, you might have said. But a child born in Ghana, raised in Liberia, so my childhood years, my formative years were in Liberia. Later on in my life, moved to South Africa, live in South Africa. Had the opportunity to work in Zambia, in Namibia, in Botswana, in Nigeria. I believe that's a story that is echoed by many in this room. That vibrancy, that diversity speaks to who we are as Africans. That leads to or drives our resilience. Africa is resilient. I think a lot of the presenters today have spoken about that, and the research does show it. So when I say Africa's resilience advantage, we are resilient, but now how do we turn that into advantage? And the trick is in the insights within an African context. That's exceptionally important. Because when it comes to the granularity of understanding who Africans are, all Africa is not the same. Okay, we talk Africa here, and I would also use that lightly today, but Africa is not a country, right? There's 54 countries within Africa. And Africa is also not blocks, by the way. East Africa, Southern Africa. Let's not get it wrong. That leads to the misconception and leads to the challenges that we have as a continent. So we need to understand that the granularity is very important when it comes to creating that context. So insights with context, exceptionally important for everyone in this room, for brands, for governments, for researchers, you name it. Exceptionally important. However, you look at the polarity. We know, again, coming back to the granularity, there's extremes, right? We've got, in certain instances, exceptional things happen on the continent, and in other instances, not so exceptional. So again, to thrive requires context. Which brings me to my next slide. That speaks around, when I say NPS in the room, I believe everybody in the room understands NPS. This is ultimately saying that when you look at the net impact or the net effect, our NPS is high as Africa. However, we must have a balanced view. We must acknowledge the detractors, whether it has to do with power outages and ability to supply power, whether it has to do with high debt, inflation, whether it has to do with corruption. These are real. We can't ignore it. These are the challenges that we face on the continent. But what I'd like us to focus on and keep our minds on is more of the promoters. Because like I mentioned, there are more promoters than detractors. Our resilience is high. We know about our youth. Everyone has spoken youth today. We understand and growing. We understand urbanization. We understand the digital context, 4G, 5G revolution. I mean, it was Moneypoint that came earlier. I know a little bit about the fintech world and how that is being translated in an African way and taking the continent by storm. So there's lots of positives, promoters. But again, we have to get to the granular data. So granularity unlocks success. When you talk about having deep insights, psychographics, understanding our people for who they are, by continent, by country, by tribe, I mean, getting really, really specific. That's the only way we can win in being able to provide the right insights that will transform your business and transform the continent. So the granular information is absolutely critical. That's how we turn that resilience advantage around. So we all know the stats. Out of our 54 countries, about 3 or so contribute over 50%. Great GDP in terms of the outlook, I think estimated over 4%, some countries over 6%. Massive, massive positive outlook. I think it's the Harvard Business Review that spoke about the fact that in 2050, a third of the global workforce will be African. 1 of every 4 citizens will be African. These are all great stats. These are all positive, which again, everyone wants to come and invest and work in Africa. But hey, again, let's get into the granularity. Because as we say, the devil is in the detail, right? So, raw stats are encouraging, but they could be misleading. So if you look at this map here, this is speaking around mental well-being. We're talking about mental health coefficient. And if you look at these stats, you look at these numbers, Africa is flying. Overall, hopeful, optimistic. Great, we love it. Again, the detail. A lot of that is being driven by countries like Tanzania, Nigeria, Zimbabwe. Top percentile. Likewise, in the bottom percentile, you have countries that are not doing so well. Egypt, South Africa. So again, it's so important to understand the nuances by country in order to make the right, insightful decisions. Similarly, when we look at the next slide, which speaks about, also still within well-being, but the distress and struggling consumers or people across the continent, again, Africa looks great. We're eclipsing global markets. Europe, other parts of the other continents on the globe. But same countries I mentioned before, driving that. So the insights within the African context, within countries, super important. Okay, let's sure it will respond. When you look at our people, we see a lot of positivity, even with the older generation, the young adults. We see, compared to the rest of the other continents there, we stand in high. We're performing overall better than the rest. So the data tells us that, but it tells a story at an African level. You see, our people, our youth, and by the way, our youth, as we know, Tebe mentioned it this morning, that it's not just about a youthful population, but it's a youthful population and rising and growing. And I think I've done my fair share. I've got 4 kids, by the way. So I think I've contributed to the youthfulness of the continent. But that speaks hope, that speaks positivity, it speaks optimism, it speaks to where we're going. And we have to do right by our youth. And everyone in this room, we have the potential to be able to add to the story. They are very hopeful. Now, if you look at our target group index, which is a TGI product that as Ask Africa we've got exclusivity to, when you look at some of the numbers there, it actually tells a great story. It tells about the fact that, if some of you can read, it says, I'm happy with my life. I'm willing to volunteer. It's the whole resilience of, if I don't succeed, I try again. If I don't succeed, I try again. I don't give up. I'm going to keep forging on. The middle one talks around the cause, which brings me to the impact of social development. Your foundations, your NPOs, NGOs. We cannot ignore the impact of those organizations or foundations on our continent. They build trust. They provide hope for the future, and particularly for our youth. So it's very critical that we understand the role that it's playing. I think there's a stat which talks about in 7 key African countries, when it comes to the role of these organizations, they are rated 3rd when it comes to creating impact, positive impact on our continent. Now, we all understand and we all know what's happened globally now in the volatility. I don't need to tell everyone in this room. I read, I think it was earlier this week, that Trump's renegotiating and coming back to the table with Africa. Cool, great. But it's going to be under new terms, new world order, we say, right? So it's going to be important for these organizations, and I think I saw an image earlier where I think BBC, Judith put some stats there. The UN is doing some great work, and other foundations are following. But every dollar spent is going to be critically scrutinized. And in order for us to ensure that we can measure the impact, we can measure or assess what we're delivering, we're going to need the right tools. So, for example, as Ask Africa, we've got our Youth Wellness Index, which helps measure that impact and also helps build reputation for these foundations, organizations, etc. Our brands. I don't need to talk much about brands. I think Tebe said a lot this morning about the brands. But what I want to emphasize from a branding point of view is, guess what? Our brands are doing a fantastic job. And yes, it might not, when we say brands, you and I are a brand, right? So you think about, I love the Brenner Boy example. Clearly, he's one of my favorite people based on the track I played. But you look at guys like Wizkid. He also filled up, I think it was the Tottenham Stadium. I was watching on Prime the other day. We have these icons who are influencing and are impacting the globe in an awesome way. You look at our own business as Ask Africa, started 30 years ago by Andrea. God bless her soul for starting the business. Here's the thing, the impact that business is delivering is amazing. By the way, the only African to have served as chair on ESOMA. We are taking Africa to the world. Very, very important. Our brands are demonstrating capability, competency. We often talk about global expertise with understanding the local context or nuances. I prefer what was said this morning is think local, act global. So, let's talk about some of the uniqueness or distinctiveness when it comes to how we operate in Africa. Now, we have our own way of doing things. We have our own flavor. Africa is, we just reinvent, whether it's in fintech. I mean, I was chatting to a gentleman earlier this week, and he kept talking, and he was saying, yeah, you know, and Stato. What is the, I said, it's our US, the United States, man. We come up with our own lingo. We vibe in a different way. We just get it because it's the African way. We take it and we rejig it. It's an South African term, right? We like to jig stuff, tweak it. But that's who we are. So we talk about our uniqueness. There's certain aspects that make us super unique when it comes to the rest of the globe. We talked about, somebody mentioned it this morning, Ubuntu. Speaks to I am because we are. Now, that's very, very unique to lots of countries on our continent. The communal service. We talk about black tax in South Africa. We talk about the extended family obligations that we have as Africans. People don't understand it. When I say people, I'm talking outside the continent struggle. Other parts of the globe is very transactional. It's very nucleus. We talk about the fact that in Africa we've got almost 3,000 ethnicities, over 2,000 indigenous languages. That's mind-blowing, guys. Do you understand the level of complexity we're dealing with on the continent? But those are the facts. And you need to be able to, in terms of your succeeding on the continent, understand this context. Gain relevant insights based on this context. We talk about the cash prevalence. Cash is king. In Africa, everyone's holding cash. It's unique to us. M-Pesa, what M-Pesa has done in Kenya and in other parts, it's amazing. We talk about load shedding. I was chatting to a friend the other day across the continent. He just couldn't believe that when in South Africa, when our traffic lights are not working, homeless people stand at the traffic lights and they direct traffic. And he said to me, are you crazy? You can cause an accident. You get homeless people to direct traffic? He said, yes, and we love them. And we give them money, and we smile and we wave, and we say thank you. Very unique. But it's what we do. We adapt. And we make things work in our own unique way. So understanding that is important. But with all that understanding, guess what? There's still a lot more to be understood. Which brings me to quite the gap when it comes to our data. There's still an invisibility gap. There's still a lot we don't know. And my charge to everyone in this room is for us to collaborate and work together to be able to close this gap. It's estimated between 50 to 100 million is lost, US dollars is lost annually because of this gap. I mean, my good friend Moses will speak tomorrow on AI, but Africa is behind in AI. That's a 1.2 trillion US dollar economy that we're not partaking amply in. So there's opportunities that we need to close out, and we can collectively. Governments, brands, societies need information to make smarter decisions. I was speaking to someone this week, and she said to me, and I was so energized by it, I need live data. I need live data that will make me be able to get the stuff that I need. Awesome, because then you can make decisions quicker. You need that information that comes quite regularly, but it's got to be within the African context and insightful. Now, Ask Africa, as I've mentioned, we've got tools, we've got solutions that help close the gap. I spoke about the Target Group Index, or TGI, earlier, which has, very proud to say, when it comes to the level of everyone's got demographics, but psychographics to an extent or to a granularity that no one else has. We've got our Elevate product, which speaks around your customer experience and how businesses can consistently measure that to succeed. I spoke about the Youth Index earlier. So we've got solutions that can help close the gap. But ultimately, we all need to collaborate and work together, as I've mentioned. Very important. So, everyone in this room I think that statement rings true. When we say we believe in relationships that transform the future, we are all connected. We are all connected. We are connected by Africa's resilience. We are connected by our brands, social foundations. We are connected by our uniqueness. But more so, we are connected by that aspiration to see Africa prosper. So not just the brands that you see here. I mean, there's many more brands. We can deliver a lot more impact by collaborating. So as I conclude, I'd like to ask you the question: is it possible to win in Africa without an insightful context? It's not a trick question. What do you guys think? Is it possible to win in Africa without an insightful context? No. Sawa. Okay, so you can't. So then I put it to you. Why would we continue to waste our funds, our budgets, our thousands of dollars, our millions of rands, billions of shillings on insights that do not have the African context? If we maintain the status quo, we're going to continue to deliver suboptimal results. Because guess what? Most of those data sets are gotten from offshore, strategies built across the continent. And we heard this morning again, it's Africa built for Africans. If we don't think local, if we don't have the local insights, guys, you throw money and you're not going to optimize your gains. So the Build, what was it called? The Build African Act, very much supportive of that. So, for businesses that are looking to invest in Africa, when I say invest, true long-term partnerships that are going to ensure that you succeed in the sustained growth, then it's about partnering with Ask Africa, partnering and collaborating as an industry across brands to deliver the right results. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to the end of my presentation. You've been a fantastic audience. Shukran, asante sana, thank you. Let's talk.
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you, Simba.
Appreciate it. Okay, it's been a long day. Bellies are full. I could see a couple of heads nodding peacefully at us. I think time for an energizer. So without further ado,
Should we take the handheld?
Why do we focus so much on mental health, mostly in the corporate world? Why? Okay, so I'll really be fast before we dive in. So as we are diving into it, kindly just rise up.
As usual.
Just rise up. Okay, good. So according to the World Economic Forum feature on jobs and report 2025, 60% of companies see employees' health and well-being as a top strategy for attracting and retaining talent, jumping to the number one practice employers plan to use by 2030. So a happy mind, a productive what? A productive outcome, right? Yes, thank you so much. Music.
Wait, just 1 minute before the music. We're going to just show you the simple step. I know some of you might be knowing this, but for the purpose of those who are still learning, we are here to learn as usual. So the first thing we want to call 1, 2, 3, 4. Say 1, 2, 3. Shake it out. One.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nice. Now you have the music. Check. Check it out. Now go to your partner and bring it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ooh.
Oh, okay. That was intense. That was intense. You guys have I saw some good moves around here. Eh? Thank you to the dancers. So we are at a break point. So just a quick reminder, at, what time is that? 5:30 to 6:30. We've got some drinks down at the 6th floor. So please, everyone is welcome. 6:30, not 2 a.m. Okay, 6:30. There's a long day tomorrow. So yeah, but feel free to hang around for longer to network. We are now going for a 30-minute break. So get some coffee, some tea, explore the exhibitors next door. There's also ice cream being served by the Borderless Access team. Thank you very much. So yeah, 30 minutes. We should be back at 4:15. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, it's time for the session now. Who is outside to come? By the way, they usually put the best at the end of the day. So you are the lucky ones. So we'll wait just a minute for those who are outside. Hurry up, because after that we will have in District 6 a very nice time there and a very rich session now. This is a very interesting session which we will be going today with three wonderful presentations, and they are all about two things: how to build trust through understanding culture, because Africa is very variety of cultures and branding needs to be connected with the Africans. And comes with how to connect to the culture, to build trust, which is, as Snehat, she was telling us in the other presentation, trust and identity are two of the main things that define the decision of the consumer. So we will start now with Jackie. She is from MMR Research World, South Africa, and she will introduce to us a very rich presentation about sensory and how they connected culture to the brands they are working for. Welcome. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so lovely to be here with all of you and great to see so many old friends and familiar faces. So earlier today, our friends from Ipsos and MTN spoke about how to build connection and trust with consumers in a category as complex as telecoms. Now I'm going to approach the same topic, but within a very, very different category. So we're going to talk about whether Kenyan consumers can find joy in something as ordinary and everyday as brushing their teeth. And of course, we'll chat about what this means for product designers and brand owners. Now, I'm not here to tell you how Kenyans rated their liking of a product on a 10-point overall liking scale. I'm also not here to tell you about how they felt about any isolated variable. But instead, what we're going to explore together is what happens when you stop trying to deconstruct product experience and break it down into a series of isolated variables, and instead start to listen. Really, really closely and authentically listen to consumers. But first, an uncomfortable truth. While quantitative surveys and laboratory measurements are an absolutely key part of the product design process, they also yield a fragmented and incomplete picture. They're very useful when we want to understand the impact of an isolated variable, foam volume, or flavor intensity, or packaging appeal. but they often miss the interconnected reality that sits at the heart of the product moment, how consumers actually experience a product across all its various touch points. Now, on the other hand, another key part of the product design process is the tacit knowledge and deep intuition of marketers and product designers. Valuable, absolutely, but based on interpretation, not on evidence. And so what's missing is the bit that connects it all, the emotional resonance, that feeling your product leaves behind, what makes it stand out on shelf and have consumers return to it time and again. We're missing the sensory signature that makes it unforgettable. In other words, we're missing the soul of the experience. Now, why is that so important now? Well, in a world of heightened competition and global brands, where even private label is challenging at every point, it's really important to focus on that interconnected journey, the sensory experience that connects it all together, how people really feel about that lived product moment. So success in market is about much more than just functional product performance. It's about how you resonate deeply with consumers, how you connect with them on a cultural level, and how you really build those strong relationships. But when you do manage to unlock the sensory soul of a product, and you're able to do this consistently across different markets, China, the USA, Kenya, you start to discover just how culturally constructed product experience is. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Because we wanted to access the sensory soul of a product, we had to build something very, very different. And so SensoryBot was born. Now, SensoryBot is a bot like no other. It isn't your typical chatbot recording qualitative conversations. It is a sensory AI moderator that's been trained on thousands and thousands of hours of sensory qualitative conversations. It has the precision of a sensory scientist alongside the empathy of a qualitative moderator, but it's still able to operate in any category and scale. And the important thing is that it doesn't just collect data. It listens, it learns, it adapts as it goes. You can think of it as a highly domain-specific adaptation of AI, guiding each participant through their experience of the product journey across all the key touch points. So here's what makes it very different. Unlike traditional surveys with their preset rating scales and questions, SensoryBot really enables an open and a very rich dialogue. It understands sensory language. If someone were to tell us, for instance, that a product is invigorating, SensoryBot would really probe to understand the sensory attributes that sit behind that perception. If someone said that a drink was spicy, then it would want to understand whether it's more of a chili spice or more of a cinnamon spice. The bot also has contextual memory, and it's able to adapt dynamically to the flow of any conversation. So just look at this exchange. The bot is really asking very open and exploratory questions. The consumer considers the question and then responds naturally in their own words. This is the point at which the bot thinks whether to probe further to understand their response in more detail or whether to move on to the next touch point. It's really adjusting to the flow of the conversation. So if someone were to say, for example, that foamy mouthfeel is what stands out for them, then the bot would really focus on that and understand that attribute in as much detail as possible, but always circling back so that it's understanding the full set of touch points across the product experience journey. In this way, it's able to adapt to the perceptions of each individual person and deconstruct them in a way that gives us both adaptability, but always within a framework and a structure, giving us the nuance and the depth of each individual response, but at the same time, we have the comparability of being able to look across different consumers. Now, with that as context, let's turn to the conversations that we had with consumers in Kenya about their use of Sensodyne, gentle whitening, daily care. And this is probably a good moment just to pause and just call out the contribution of another member of our team, and that's Jonathan Karenja, who, from Frontier Consulting, who was our fieldwork partner in executing this study on our behalf in Kenya. Now, we spoke to 66 consumers. Remember, SensoryBot is able to engage with consumers at any scale. And we covered off 11 different touch points, all the way from the packaging to the tube itself, opening it, the appearance of the product on the toothbrush, the smell, the mouthfeel, and the aftertaste. And the results? A total of 27,000 words. That's around 400 words for each consumer. Now contrast that for a moment, if you will, with an average of around 5 words when you ask consumers an open-ended liking question in a typical quantitative survey. In total, we have around 2,500 words for each one of the different touch points in the journey. So what are some of the themes that we uncovered? Now, it's important to say here that we didn't ask consumers about quality. We asked people to tell us about their product experiences across the journey, the smell, the pack, the taste, the feel. And then we let them guide us to what matters. And this is a really, really important point to highlight with SensoryBot. It allows consumers to emphasize their own priorities across the experience. We don't force them down a particular route with a set of predefined attributes in a linear survey, but rather we're following their lead. We let them tell us what captures their attention, what matters most for them. And we found that quality kept surfacing, not because we explicitly asked about it, nor as an attribute on a 10-point rating scale, but organically, as a feeling woven through the stories that consumers tell us. Now, as many as 50% of consumers explicitly mentioned quality, but many more mentioned it indirectly through the stories that they told us. And so quality became a lens, a window into unpacking what matters culturally for consumers in this market, revealed through the words that consumers chose to tell us. And importantly, as we dug into the data, we uncovered that quality is not unidimensional. In fact, there are many different aspects to quality, and we uncovered 3 key themes. The first theme we uncovered is the idea of quality as care through craftsmanship. So listen to this description. People said it's professionally packed. They said it's carefully designed to protect the user. Now, these kinds of phrases aren't technical observations. They're endorsements by consumers. They're signals of trust. The click of the lid, it makes you trust the product. The QR code on the box, it offers easy verification. It shows that it's authentic. And the tamper-proof seal, that's the sound of originality. It tells me that the product hasn't been opened, that it's legit. Now, these kinds of concerns are a day-to-day reality for consumers in this market and in this region. We know that products are frequently sold in the informal sector, and so concerns about counterfeit elevate packaging security from a functional factor to an emotional one. A well-sealed pack isn't just functional reassurance for consumers. Whoopsie, it's a promise. It's physical proof of quality. It's an emotional experience that I can trust this product. The second theme that we saw was quality as clean confidence, and here's where it gets culturally really significant. Consumers told us things like, I feel proud and clean. Talking to people doesn't make me feel shy. Now, oral health in Kenya is about much more than hygiene. It's a cultural mirror. It's intimately linked to people's feelings of dignity and personal empowerment. Freshness here, freshness of breath, becomes a form of social currency. The ability to speak freely without feeling self-conscious, that's not a product benefit. It's truly transformative for people. And so quality isn't just about how the product performs, it's about the confidence that it creates. And confidence then becomes the emotional proof that quality is being delivered, readying people to engage in the personal and the professional sphere. And then the third theme we saw is the idea of quality as sensory comfort. And here's where it gets really interesting. So we noticed consumers using two words over and over again throughout all of the conversations. They spoke about friendly, and they spoke about tender. Mouth friendly. Friendly to my teeth. Friendly to my tongue. Now, friendly here is being used as a sensory descriptor. It means something gentle, not harsh. It signals that consumers want a sense of balance rather than intensity from the product. And tender, the teeth and the mouth felt the tender touch, a warm, sweet, lasting sensation. And this is interesting because tender here describes both the physical texture that consumers are looking for and the emotional experience that they want. They want a relationship with their toothpaste that blends gentleness and care and warmth. These aren't just adjectives, they're linguistic markers of what quality means. Consumers are telling us that comfort isn't secondary, it's really defining. The product becomes a companion for them, rather than a hygiene task to be squeezed into a busy routine. Now, here's where it gets really powerful. We took all 27,000 words and we put them together and we analyzed them, looking at things like frequency of mention and co-occurrence of particular attributes and themes. And then we created this map that shows us how language clusters around quality. So if you look at the extreme left, you've got craftsmanship. Here it's clearly about the functional signals, the seal, the click, the professional packaging. These are the tangible signs that quality is being delivered. On the extreme right, you've got confidence. So this is much more in the emotional territory. Here it's about the pride I feel, the social ease, the freedom to engage with other people. These are the emotional benefits that matter to consumers in this particular market. And what about comfort? Now, comfort occupies a middle ground. On the one hand, it's sensory. It's the gentleness, the tenderness, the friendly feel that consumers are looking for. But it also bridges into emotion. It's also about the relationship that consumers are looking for from the product. Now, this isn't an isolated set of attributes. It's a constellation showing us what matters to consumers and all dynamically and interconnected with one another. If you tweak one element of the product experience, it has a ripple effect on every other attribute in the journey. So tweak the texture and it will impact on the comfort that people feel. And that in turn impacts on the confidence that people take from the product, which then impacts on their perception of craftsmanship, all dynamically linked and interconnected. But wait, I mentioned that we'd done similar research in 2 other markets, in China and the USA. Now, this gives us a really useful frame of reference for really understanding what quality means as you move around the world. The same methodology, the same depth of conversation, 3 markets, 3 very different cultural contexts, 3 completely different sets of stories. So in the USA, quality is clinical. It's about sensitivity protection, whitening power, professional endorsement. Technical competence is what matters most for consumers. Practical, pain-free efficiency is what they're looking for. And in China, quality is harmony. Here, people use vivid poetic language and nature-rich metaphors that are so descriptive, they feel almost tangible. People talk about the spring breeze wafting across my face. They talk about the mint scent rising like wisps of green smoke. Now, here, freshness is being used as a state of being. It's intimately linked to Taoist values of balance and natural harmony. And what about in China? Well, in China, quality is relational. It's care that you can see. It's confidence that you can carry with you into the world. It's comfort that makes the product behave like a companion. Much more metaphor-rich than the USA, but very distinct from China in its focus on trust and everyday approachability. So used in this way, consumer language isn't just feedback to a set of fixed scales and product attributes. It's a mirror of what quality means for consumers according to their culture. Now, for global brands, this highlights the importance of decoding and reflecting the emotional codes and the linguistic experiences that sit at the heart of people's usage of products. It ensures that we don't just force fit a brand to a local context, but rather we adapt it, speaking not to consumers in a market, but rather speaking from its very heart. And so SensoryBot really helped us uncover these hidden connections, the connections between how people perceive a product through their senses, how they articulate it in their words, and the cultural values that sit behind these perceptions. And take the example of quality. It's very easy in a 10-point scale in a quantitative survey to assume that quality means the same thing as you move around the world. But we know now that that isn't the case. In fact, it's culturally constructed depending on people's local context. And so, as we draw this to a close, what does this mean for how we create products with intention? Well, we see 3 fundamental shifts occurring. Firstly, it's important to listen deeply, not just to what consumers say, but the way they say it. Capture the rich, nuanced language that sits at the heart of the lived product moment. Words like tender and friendly aren't just descriptors, they're cultural codes that show what quality actually means within a market. The second theme is to design with consumers, not just for them. Move beyond isolated product attributes and functional checklists to also start designing for the interconnected experiences where every cue, from the click of the lid to the gentleness of the foam to the confidence of fresh breath, all come together to reinforce that same message. And use that as a bridge between marketers and product designers. So when consumers tell you that the product is friendly or tender, these words then become your design brief, but they also become your communication strategy, ensuring authentic co-creation grounded in what matters most for consumers. And so measure what matters most. Don't limit success to a series of isolated variables, but start measuring things like emotional experience, sensory harmony, and cultural fit, and make these elements visible and actionable. This is how you this is how you protect what delights consumers, how you elevate what matters most, and yes, how you cut costs without eroding the experience. We'll skip over this one, just to wrap it up, because I know we're at time. And so our journey with SensoryBot continues. We've shared our conversations with Kenyan consumers about their toothbrushing experiences, but we've applied the same principles to understand how the curl of a crisp can be used to build emotional resonance with consumers, or how you can change the sweetness level of a product and see the impact that has on all other product attributes, or how a change in packaging substrate influences the rest of the journey. And so if you're keen to join us and continue on our journey, do sign up here using the QR code as we continue on our journey with SensoryBot. Thank you so much for your time, and love to chat further over drinks.
Fantastic presentation. Thank you very much, Jackie. It was really fantastic, and it's very nice that you summarized the three main things, which is partly is the design of the research with the consumer, and all of the things coming out from this presentation. Thank you very much for you.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you.
By the way, one of the things which attracted me here is the tool which is used for the research, the SensoryBot. And so it shows, and I didn't expect actually for myself that it's been used in Africa, and it's used successfully as we saw here. So our next presentation is David from Hello Ara, United Kingdom, Carlin, Hello Ara, South Africa, and Koch Lee from Pepsi. They will talk about the brand here and how the brand would fit the culture in Africa, and the AI-assisted storytelling as well. Welcome to the stage.
So we're talking evolve, combine, let go. We're going to show you how we map brand love across generations and how we went on a journey with two very special brands. We need some clicker help, I think.
Yeah, it's not moving. There we go.
Wonderful, thank you. I find it interesting that some of you just had ice cream. Obviously, we can't necessarily reveal the brands that we worked on here with PepsiCo. So we created two ice cream brands to depict the two brands that we actually worked on, to give you a sense of the memories, the emotion, the performance of these two brands. And we want you to listen closely about the stories of these two brands. I'm going to show you very quickly in a few videos and a few facts. And later on, we're going to ask you to tell us which brand should stay and which one should go, or should both stay. So the first brand is called Cool Cream. You can see here represented on stage as Cool Cream. It's one of those brands that really just bring that love and memories and heritage. So in this little ad, we see a mom and a daughter. They're having strawberry swirl cool cream on a Friday afternoon. It is their little ritual that they have after school. Mom gives the strawberry swirl ice cream. The brand still performs really well. It's a more traditional brand. It is steeped in history and local memories. The flavors that are on offer are generally quite traditional, but they perform really well on all the sensory elements in the category. However, at the moment, this brand risks a little bit of relevance, especially with younger consumers. And the video that Kuchle is going to show now will show you a bit more about the brand.
Big, Mama. For her, it's just Friday. For Mom, it's the best moment of the week. She won't remember the lyrics, but she'll remember this.
Okay, which brings us to our next brand, which is Frosties. Frosties is a global brand. Up until very recently, this brand was only available overseas. And Gen Alpha and Gen Z, they were really wanting this brand, and the only place they could find it was on TikTok. And finally, the brand came to South Africa. So a new arrival brand like this often brings far more exciting, modern and social experiences, which really fits well with younger generations. So in this visual, you can see it's a teenage daughter and a mom, and they are going on a outing to a K-pop concert, and the daughter is really excited. And after the K-pop concert, they are now at the ice cream shop. And the mom is not quite sure yet about this brand. She's feeling it's not yet my brand. And the daughter is really excited because they just brought out a brand new flavor, limited edition K-pop matcha. And this brand really activates well in terms of things like K-pop, Asian subcultures, which at the moment is trending. So another little video to show you a bit more about.
Repeat perfectly. That's going viral. 2 flavors, 1 night. Matcha and vanilla. Our duet. Mom, you're actually kind of cool. Frosties, cool every beat.
So what will these two brands do? What are the decisions we need to make? How will they live together, or what impact will they have on each other?
And I think this takes us to our brief that we had for the team at Hello Aura. So at PepsiCo, we having to work our way through our portfolio optimization. And for that reason, we actually needed to find a methodology or a way of getting to the answer that not only looks at what we know and what we've got, it also needed to be human-centric in how we did it. So for the marketing team, it was really important for us to make sure that it's grounded in cultural truth, that is relevant for our market, and that we're not lost in the global wave of global brands with mass visibility and losing the local nuance of brands that we've spent years building. Most of us in the room are in the business of driving growth. And part of driving that growth in a sustainable way is brand equity. And so it was really important for us to make sure that we not only look at what we have in terms of the 2 brands, what we can scale, etc., but also be rooted in the cultural context in South Africa, and also to make sure that our growth is sustainable and that we don't lose the distinctiveness that we've built on both of the brands that we're having a look at.
Some clicker help. Okay, you good?
Good. So we've seen it a couple of times, and I mean, we've got a couple of examples in there around some of the brands that have gotten it wrong when they've either exited a market, delisted a flavor, or completely, reformulated. And for us, it was really important that we are rooted in the reality that we have to rationalize, budgets are squeezed, there's a lot going on. I mean, as a company that has both a global presence with strong rooted brands, we didn't want to necessarily lose track of what we had built. A&M budgets, advertising, they're getting smaller. I'm sure everyone in here knows that. It was really important for us to make sure that we're making decisions that are sustainable. The risk, though, with doing that, which we really needed to make sure that we don't disregard, is that consumers have really strong feelings about brands. It's built into their occasions, they carry memory, they're authentic, it's beautiful how they talk about the brands and the roles they play in terms of memories, specifically intergenerational stories. So it was really important for us that we don't lose that nuance, and we actually start working from the framework where we're looking at that nuance and looking at what we keep and how to actually execute either of the scenarios that could come into play. We also know that consumers are really terrible sometimes at expressing themselves in terms of the emotional engagement that they have with brands. We do a lot of work at PepsiCo. We test the product. We work with most of the people here. We test our advertising. We test our equity. And we've really got a good grip on where we are from an equity perspective. But I think we can all realize that sometimes you've got a thing that you don't know how to express. And it actually plays out for consumers as well. And it also played itself out in our boardrooms when we were having preliminary conversations around what would be the best way to optimize the portfolio. And with that in mind, we actually said if we're struggling with articulating and explaining the depth of the brands that are local, our local jewels, how much more for consumers, which then meant that we needed to have a methodology that not only looks at the data that we've already got, but also takes into consideration the depth of the emotional engagements that we needed to understand. Hence then the methodology and the brief that we put to Hello Aura as a challenge to say, how do we make sure that we capture consumers' feelings, the depth of that emotional engagement outside of tracking information, that also looks at what we've got from other data sources as well, and hence, the partnership with the team.
Yeah, maybe I'll move over here. So let's, we've been working with AI for a long time, and what I love about it, its purpose is really to get closer to the consumer for research and to understand and let people express themselves. We've just heard from Jackie around conversational AI. It's a framework we've been using for 5 years, and really it's about, let's just try and take that WhatsApp experience when people are sharing their thoughts and ideas and turn that into a research medium. So like if you're going to share your emotions and thoughts, it's not going to be like, are you really angry, really angry, neutral, or I don't know, very, very sad. Life's not like that. So I think the other thing is you don't get a lot of the nuance for really understanding people unless you ask them, how are you feeling? And the way conversational AI works, if you pick up on things that are really interesting for the brand, which might be, well, this is just not working for me anymore, or, it makes me feel sad now, or there's something better happening, then you can obviously probe on that and understand more where people are changing. The second methodology, which we absolutely love, is using gaming environments to do qual. So 90% of the qual we do is in gaming environments. And so when you come in, you're an avatar, and people just love the process of decoupling themselves from the image, because you imagine a Zoom qual group, you're there and there's 20 other faces all sort of grimacing like that. And it doesn't really, make you feel confident in wanting to, express yourself. You feel judged. As we find when people are gaming avatars and you can bring people into context, they could be in the shopping mall you're talking about, or what have you. But if you're in the right context, and when you're displaying an ad, instead of it being flashed onto a screen, it's actually you're in the lounge and there it is on the TV screen. All these things create better connections, and they mean people express themselves more and more openly, and we see that all the time. And the final technique is, which is a new one, is around this co-creation. One of the beautiful things about AI is it can transform things. So it's like the person who's sad that their ice cream's not available, that can be visualized like someone went to a shop really looking forward to that treat and is not there anymore. And it's a lot more impactful to tell stories like that. If they tell that story, we can turn it into a movie or a storyboard or something, and that has way more impact than a little text quote. So like we use AI, and it's broad, and I always suggest people should just embrace it and go with it, and make it work for you in your market, because I think it's scary, because you'll look at Claude and you'll look at ChatGPT, and sometimes you'll put something in there and ask a question, and my goodness, that thing's smart. But I think what it allows you to do is to look up more, because I think as researchers, often we look down. I think AI can take a lot of that heavy lifting and just let us look up and create and feel, and I think there's opportunities there. So like one classic example is just survey design, or that connects with people. If you go to ChatGPT and say, look, pretend you're an interviewer, I want to know the emotional reasons why people don't eat this type of ice cream anymore, and if the respondent is feeling portray some emotion, then let's just talk about it more in a nice, calm way, and it'll do it. And you can iterate that way, and when you're comfortable and you've got something beautiful, then you can put it into your survey, your standard survey platform, and you'll have something, that's special. And the other one is insights. That is so powerful for our insights, and where it is powerful is taking different data sets and just exploring together. So you might have your qualitative research, and you've got your quant. You can literally just ask questions of both. Where's the gaps? Where's the opportunities? And it could be another data set. It could be demographics. How's the world changing? I think AI lets us ask these very complex questions that will take us a long time to answer. And obviously, we're very much into co-creation. So for this heritage product, I think the other great thing we get with AI is coming up with measures. So for instance, we came up with a heritage score, because I think if you were looking at different brands and you're going to discontinue one, or you're going to invest, or you're going to move on to something new, you need frameworks to assess this. So we came up with one called Heritage Score, and obviously it's the big question is, if this brand wasn't here, how would you feel? What would you do? Because that's obviously a risk for a brand, because if that thing that they're going to do is find a substitute, then that's a problem. And from that, we sort of developed a brand continuum model, and it's okay, say that brand is going to go, what is going to be missing with your substitute brand? For instance, it's the cool thing about Cool Cream is just it's creamy, beautiful ice cream, and everyone knows it's creamy and satisfying and delicious. All of a sudden, that's not going to be there. So when you've got your new brand coming in, you need to cover these points off. You need to de-risk, and then again, with this WOW platform we've developed, this decoding these moments visually is really important. If 90% of people say, this is going to make me sad, what does that look like? How does their customer journey, how do we live that, and how do we see? And so there's just one example. So this is the Cool Cream, doing the qualitative exercise. People are going, well, it's like the ice cream grandma and granddad has when I go over there. And you can imagine this, the AI creates this scenario where you're going to grandma's house, and it's oh my goodness, it's that strawberry ice cream that I've had every Christmas forever, and there's so many exciting things happen. And it's that realization that thing that is so loved, or that ice cream for the new generation is it's a pain in the neck, and it just doesn't satisfy anymore. The technology, the products have moved on.
Oh, it's very sticky.
Okay, so what did we learn? I'm going to go through 4 learnings quickly. The first learning is emotion is commercial. So when we say things like that, it can sound fluffy. So let's make it concrete. We're all measuring equity for a reason, but I think we need to go further. For example, a brand that's like a heritage brand, if we do not think about what that means in terms of the emotion that we're going to create, we can easily make expensive mistakes and lose relevance. So as a heritage brand, you need to make sure you also create emotions of excitement. Otherwise, you're going to be boring. So that's a good example. I think brands and marketers need to think about, what do I want people to feel? And that shouldn't be one-dimensional. We want to be exciting as brands as well. So you need to think through and plan and measure the emotion, not just generic equity. The next learning is about brand layering. So what was really interesting was in the storytelling exercises in our qual research, when people spoke about Cool Cream and we asked them to tell a story about what they will be doing with Cool Cream. Tell me a story about you're going out somewhere with Cool Cream. Most of them had stories to tell us about staying at home, because the heritage of the brand and the memories that they held was more home-based. Whereas for Frosties, sorry, I lost my screen. For Frosties, they were always going out somewhere exciting. So it's really interesting. Where do you want consumers to take your brand? And I don't just mean physically. How do they think about it? And where do they see your brand go? You can click. There we go. The last one I want to mention before I hand over to Kuchli is brands as people. Personification is not something that's new. We've all done it in qual. But the cool thing is with AI, you can do it in quant. So you can do it in conversational AI. You can let people speak about brands. So you have so much more data to work with that's robust. And then you can visualize brands as people. So who do you want your brand to be? The reliable auntie in the kitchen or the cool friend who knows where all the spots are?
Is really having a chance to play with the scenarios, okay? So evolution, and for us that would mean we get rid of the one brand, moving on to the next one. I think evolution is quite emotive for our consumers. It shows care. It shows that, you know, you're progressing, and progress is quite a fundamental need for our consumers in South Africa. It shows you that you're doing better, and really good for our brands to also take note of what that means for consumers. Combine, and I think here is, we've seen the energy that the new brand has had. It's got momentum, it's really exciting. But we also have to think long term as a portfolio, not to be, you know, washed away with the excitement of something new. And sometimes it's actually worked quite well when innovation and new news comes with an anchored view. So it's rooted in something a little bit deeper than just it's exciting, it's new, it's global, I've seen it on TikTok. There's actually real nice opportunities for traditional and heritage brands to also evolve and inject a little bit of energy, and also letting go. And I think if we think about ourselves as people, we struggle sometimes to let go of what we know. But I think it's really important sometimes to understand what actually is holding you back and what is actually a shackle for your brand in terms of evolving and speaking to new markets. So it was really nice to be able to play out those scenarios. And the video I'm going to show right here is actually something that we played for the team when we did the presentation that talks to what could happen in an evolved scenario, which is quite
What's
nice.
this new one? Sour sweet. Go-Go, it's like our gummies, but it's Christmas ice cream. We keep Go-Go's taste, but add a little chaos.
Still our cool cream, just wearing sneakers now.
So it's not necessarily always one or the other. It actually gives us a nice glide path to whatever the decision we eventually make in terms of how do we go from strategy to executing without necessarily leaving stuff on the table in terms of what each of the brand brings to the table. So what did we achieve and learn in the research? Look, we learned quite a lot in terms of especially the executional part of it. We know we have to make a decision, but I think the glide path that we will execute will be, this research was excellent for that. Yeah, look, global brands have large scale and they bring a lot of excitement, but there's also something so fundamental in cultural brands that are rooted in the taste and the flavors of the market. Heritage is quite deep, very important for our consumers, and also the commercial overlay. And I'm out of time, I'll be done now. We have to consider the end-to-end process. So it's not, the research is the beginning and the genesis, but at the end of it, we also have to consider how we commercialize what we've done, taking into consideration supply chain, R&D, and the commercial teams that will have to execute this essentially. What next? We're still playing. We're still very excited and playing around with the whale, throwing scenarios in there. We're taking into our annual planning process, and what's fantastic for us as a company, we work across many categories. We're on most aisles on the shelf in the South African business, so it also has learnings across other categories, which has been fantastic.
And of course we have to ask ourselves, what would we do next time? Because we have to keep innovating. So next time we might add IDIs with consumers online, where they actually have access to the AI platform, where they can play and create their own images to help us innovate. That could be exciting.
Thank you.
So, we just want to know, what should we do? Are you with Cool Cream or Frosties? All right. Thank you very much.
Wow. A lot of learning here. A lot of learning about the brand and how we look at it in culture lens. And in the same time, the executional part, which took a lot of part of the presentation here. I just want to ask the researcher, how many using currently or consider using in 2026 the AI in their execution of research? Yeah, quite a good number. And that's very good because Elena here from Gluten Corporation, she will educate us something about the AI, and they are doing research, and they will tell us what could be working, what couldn't be working, and everything we should know about. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, and hi everyone. I'm Elena from Glout, and today I'd like to spend the next minutes with you exploring the potential and limitation of AI-moderated interviews from a methodological point of view. So, before going ahead, let me ask you something. How many of you deeply understand what AI-moderated interviews are, how they function? If you do, please raise your hand. Okay, it's a good start. It's a sharing understanding, so it's great. But for those of you who may not only have the concept fully clear yet, AI-moderated interviews are an interview moderated by an artificial intelligence led by voice or text in more than 50 languages at the same time accessible on any device. Finally, AI-moderated interviews, or AIMIs as we call them, can support both closed questions and open-ended questions, as well as dynamic follow-ups. At Glout, we believe AIMIs are not just a new technology, but we consider them as a new methodology. And when a methodology comes, it comes with responsibility, right? And at Glout, we take that responsibility very seriously because we are not only changing the researchers' tech stack, we are changing how researchers talk with respondents through technology and how respondents express themselves in research. So there are three main reasons why we think as AIMI has a new methodology. First of all, interaction. Respondents today do not interact with researchers only through text, but also through voice. They can speak and they can express themselves more naturally. The second point is regarding where the insights actually come from. You know, when in a common survey, the meaning is often front-loaded because you ask the question, you get the answer, or a sort of, and that's it. With AIMI, the meaning is built through iteration, step by step, and with interaction with the respondent. The last point is regarding data quality. Why? Because AI, when it comes to fraud and data quality in research, sits at the same time between the problems, of course, but also between the solutions. With AIMIs, an agent can detect in real time if a respondent is engaging correctly or just giving gibberish responses, or even worse, if he's just trying to go to the end and get his incentives. If so, the agent will expel the respondent from the interview, so the bad data do not enter your data set. And these are the main points. And that's why we, at Glout, we launched our Research on Research program. This program involves collaborating with independent researchers, but also academic institutions to test and stress AIMIs in real research settings. Today, here in the next few minutes, I can't cover all the studies conducted, but I'm going through the three key studies conducted by Glout Research itself, comparing voice versus text as answer modalities. one from the University of Mannheim and one from Human Highway, both comparing AMIs with online static surveys. I want to be clear about a thing first. Cloud only provided free access to the platform, but all the study design, data collection, analysis, and interpretation was led entirely by the external researchers. So, but before going, I won't go into details here. I want to focus on three key things, because these studies taken together, they let us try to answer a very practical question. What does this new methodology imply for African markets? To be honest, I'm not here to give you answers. I have more questions for you than answers. But taken together, but to get there, let's say, we need to understand three things first. First, what changes when a respondent speak instead of type? What changes when they respond to dynamic follow-ups and not to static, predefined follow-up question? And finally, what changes when data quality is managed during the data collection phase? Let's start with the first study regarding the voice modality. Here, we looked at respondents answering the same AMI, so the same AI-moderated interview, in three different ways. So, one group answered only through voice, one group answered only through text, and one group could freely choose between the two options. Actually, what it turned out is really intuitive, because when people speak, they can explain more and they connect ideas more naturally. One key point here is that when people can respond through voice, they use 2.3 more words as when they typed, right? So, this was the first study. Let's move to the second one, which tried to answer to a complementary question. What changes when follow-ups questions are dynamic and adaptive and personalized per each respondent? Here, let me go briefly through the study design. The key difference is in the follow-up structure, because in the AI-moderated condition, follow-ups, as I said, are dynamic and personalized. What does this mean? It means that the moderator understands the answer and generate the following question based on that reasoning, line of reasoning. For example, if you mention something personal, it follows that thread. While in the same interview, in the same study, if you mention a broad statement, it asks you to clarify and go deep more and more, okay? While in the survey condition, so a classic Surveysoft online survey, the follow-ups were predefined, so for, by necessity, more generic. So they asked, can you probe deeper, explain more? What it turns out here is that when, the changes in the follow-ups drive the changes in the depth of the insights. Because, in fact, the 39% of AI-moderated answers produce more words, more unique words. So respondents use more unique words compared in surveys, in the survey condition. And they produce a 36% more unique concepts, which basically it means that they connected ideas, different ideas more naturally. So I will share with those of you who want to go deeper the full study and the white paper, but for now, let's keep it more general, and let's move to the third and final study of this series. Here, The study design was basically the same, and also the research question was the same, because they were comparing AMIS with online static survey. The key difference compared to the previous studies is in the follow-up structure, because as before, within the eye-moderated condition, the follow-ups were adaptive, interactive, and personalized. But while here, in the survey condition, they tried to give a first sense of personalization using the piping technique, which in very practical words, it means that respondents would see their own words repeated in the follow-up, but the follow-up itself is still generic. What is important from this study is that people do not only connected ideas more naturally, but they actually explained how one idea led to another, okay? In fact, the 62% of responses were more cohesive, right? And it's not surprising that also the 55% of AMIS responses had more deeper reasoning. And when we add voice to these dynamic follow-ups, the percentage increased to 63%. So let's pause for a moment and connect the dots, okay? So from the first study, we learned that when people can speak, they explain more and they express themselves more naturally. From the second and third study, we learn something complementary. When follow-up questions are dynamic and personalized, the responses are more structured and more resonant and not just longer, right? So, what does this mean for African markets? To be honest, as I said, I'm not here to give you answers. I'm not here to give you answers because the aim of this presentation is to understand with you, with years of experience in this context, where AMIS can really add value to the research industry and where they can fall short in different contexts. But I can share three main takeaways that are valid across all countries. First of all, oral expressions lowers barriers, because answering lengthy surveys on a smartphone, it feels unnatural, and it's hard to go through this experience, while we are all used to use our smartphone in our day-to-day through voice and through voice interaction. Secondly, smartphone-first approach is essential, right? Because voice-based interview, as I said before, is the way we use our smartphone every day. For example, on WhatsApp with voice notes. But the main key takeaway is regarding who we are actually able to include in our research studies. Why? Because with AMIS, researchers can instruct the moderator on the tone of voice to use. What does this mean? It means that in the same study, interviewing different segments, the moderator can be very friendly, easygoing, and using a very casual tone of voice while interviewing teenagers. But at the same time, it can use a very formal tone of voice. It can use professional jargon while interviewing B2B professionals or doctors. Or again, if we are interviewing low literacy segments, it will use simple wording, okay? This is the main takeaway from this presentation, because when research is more inclusive and more open, also the data quality, the research quality we obtain is better, right? So, very briefly, some limitations of these studies. The main limitation here in this room is that these studies were conducted mainly in Western context. So yes, the results are solid, okay, but they are not universal, right, yet. And secondly, the studies were investigating very specific topics. If you see any other implication, I'd love to hear that. But this is exactly why I'm here, and this is why our call for researchers is always open. We'd love to find a partner to collaborate with who want to stress test AI-moderated interviews in different contexts. So if you want to join our program, feel free to scan the QR code and join us. Just to be very transparent here, we do not, we only provide, as I said, free access to our platform, and then you are free to design the study, use the platform to collect the data, analyze, and interpret. But that's it. All the studies presented today are available on our website, so you can go through the methodology, the data collection phase, and everything. Because we think, and we really believe, that transparency comes with that responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena.
Thank you, Sami.
It was very enlightening.
Thank you.
Now we will go to the Q&A. So prepare your questions, and we will welcome back the presenters. And prepare your questions. Get ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Luvo from the Momentum Group in South Africa. Thank you for your presentations this afternoon. Very, very insightful. I have a comment or a question for the first two groups. Your products were very sensory oriented. I'm keen to get your thoughts on whether or not something similar could work for the banking industry, car manufacturing, just something a bit less sensory. You can answer today or we can chat tomorrow, but I would be keen to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Yes, would love to connect further. That's because our focus is very IP driven. As a business, MMR Research is a product innovation business, so we do tend to focus on food and beverage and household and personal care. But that's not at all to say that the same kinds of approaches, you know, using a qualitative bot kind of conversation and overlaying this idea of the product journey that consumers experience, doesn't mean that you couldn't adapt that to other sectors as well. Happy to chat. Yes.
We do all our quant actually using conversational AI. So you blend closed and open questions. And we've worked in many industries, so absolutely.
Hi, I'm Jess. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Should I just talk loudly? There we go.
Yes, I can.
So I was interested to know, do you see any trends in terms of the types of people who continue on with your surveys, or do you see drop-offs in terms of the profile? So maybe older people are not as comfortable with the conversation or talking, they'd prefer text, and vice versa. Maybe I would imagine younger people would prefer to chat, it's more natural. Have you seen any trends like that?
Actually, this is one of the research questions we are investigating right now with other studies. But Actually, it's quite the opposite. I mean, if you think about elderly persons, they are more used to speak. I mean, they're not used to use their smartphone and go through a survey design, which is not very natural, you know. In terms of the segments, this design, this new methodology can include, as I can say, we had experience with kids from 3 to 6 years old, but also with elderly and teenagers. Of course, it depends, and it also depends on what you as researchers want to achieve, because you can choose if you want them to respond only through voice or text, or if you want to let them free to choose. Yeah. Thank you.
So my question is also for you, Elena. Data is a massive thing for us. So often when we're doing surveys for lower income groups, we actually have to send them the data. Does your voice activator, does it take more data than, because that would be a massive limitation.
Yeah.
In South Africa, for instance, if it takes a lot more data than an online survey.
Yes, voice answers provide richer data and more insights, and also the software automatically transcript all the verbatim and.
I mean, does it take data
Actually,
from
yeah.
software?
Ah, okay.
Data costs.
Limitations for lower income people is they don't have a lot of data.
Ah, okay, sorry. Yes, sorry. Yeah. This is a good question, actually, and I don't have a fixed response in the moment, but yes, I think this is interesting to investigate also. No, the interviews are not so longer compared to a survey, so no, I don't think so.
If you send pictures, it uses more data.
Yeah.
Voice activation.
We'll use this. Okay, thank you for asking, because this is a really good question. We need to investigate more. Yeah, thank you.
If I can maybe come in, when we've done research that requires voice or data, we can actually partner with and zero base it for the consumer. So you fund it, and yeah, it's zero cost to them.
Okay.
So there are ways around the data challenge.
This is a really good point. Thank you.
Andrew from Beyond Insights. Just a quick one. It's one of the tricky things we have in a lot of our markets is that although you might have South African English, people often will slip into the vernacular and switch in between even little localized expressions that might slip into Zulu or Xhosa or Afrikaans. How is that built into the platform, and is it able to handle that?
Yeah, in the design phase, you can choose which languages to include, and if there are some specific aspects regarding the language, you can include this information inside a section specifically built to instruct the moderator and give it more context. So yes, you can always manage this kind of exception and, for example, specific languages and so on in that section. Yeah.
So it allows switching between the languages while they're talking?
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Okay.
Actually, we have the same thing for Arabic and switching between the Arabic and the English or whatever it is. And every day, the AI libraries, it comes up with the new libraries for handling this kind of challenges.
Yeah.
Other question?
Made about the cost of data, and absolutely that's a really important issue to address, the issue of accessibility to these kinds of approaches. But what we found really interesting is how incentivizing, and I'm sure you guys have found the same, how incentivizing using these kinds of tools becomes for consumers. They actually love it so much that they want to engage us. And so for us, what we're finding is it's completely changing the value exchange that exists in research. So instead of it being a one-way relationship where you provide an incentive in exchange for some answers, consumers actually talk about it, how much they learned and how much they enjoyed the experience. So last year we used a qualitative bot to actually engage with Gen Z consumers, and we had no idea how many people would chat back with us. We got 860 different consumers, and the average interview length was 45 minutes, and we completed our fieldwork in 4 days. So there was a massive engagement to actually, be involved and engage with these kinds of platforms. So I think that's an important point to remember when it comes to incentivizing respondents, because it is a different kind of relationship. It's much more an open, honest dialogue between two equals rather than a one-way exchange of information for a reward.
Yes, and if I can build on this, we saw higher engagement rates even without incentives using this kind of methodology. Yeah.
I have 2 questions. One is on the AI moderation. How do you manage the probing when you compare to traditional moderation? Where do you know when to start probing? How does it control itself to get back to where it started? So just curious about that. Maybe you can answer, then I can ask them.
If
Me?
I can.
Yeah?
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's important to say that researchers, so the humans, are always in the loop. So you are the ones instructed the moderator also on how to probe deeper and, for example, which the numbers of follow-ups you want it to do, the tone of voice, and so on. So you should always have in any software the possibility to work on the moderator, tone of voice, instruction, and so on. For example, we provided the option to turn on or off the probing on each question. So for example, if you want to follow ups only on specific questions, you can decide to turn off the moderator on that questions only. I'll put to respond to your answer.
So still the discussion guideline valid?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so my second question is on the 2 brands that were discussed. I saw we had 2 target segments. So there was the purchase, the mom who's making the decision to purchase, and then the kids. Maybe I missed it, but when you're doing the study, who did you target? Is it both or just the kids?
Do you want to answer?
Yeah, we looked at total market, so across. But the stories that you saw could have been younger consumers replaying stories that involve a mom and a dad or grandma. We also have moms reflecting back on special moments and occasions with their kids. So it wasn't a targeted one. It was really talking about snackers. Actually, we didn't actually even get down to specifics of category. We're really talking about snackers, and yeah. So the stories actually reflect across, yeah.
Okay, last question, or we wrap up? Let's wrap up. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentations. It was very informative and a lot of learning out of it all. Thank you very much. And now we will have a person which for me is iconic to Izomar, because in all my almost 30 years in Izomar, she is the one who is always taking care of things. Anna Allo, and she will talk about the Izomar Foundation, she is part of it now. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Sorry to keep you here. I know the drinks are waiting, but I thought that it would be nice to have just a few minutes to talk about the Izomar Foundation. You probably all know me, or most of you know me, for the work we are doing for Africa. So that's really wonderful to be here. But now I also want to talk to you with a different hat. I am a member of the board of the Izomar Foundation, and at the foundation we do a few things that we would like to talk to you about. The clicker? Okay. Well, what is the foundation? It's a charitable arm of ESOMAR, meaning that all the things we do for good. And basically what we want to do, we want to engage the industry to do work for good when it's possible. And so we have a mission with 3 pillars. Basically, the first pillar is we provide scholarships, and I can tell you a little more about scholarships in a moment. Then what we also do, we try to help when it occurs, hopefully never, but sometimes it occurs, researchers in need or in times of crisis or big disasters. So if we can, we do that. And the third pillar is something a little bit new for us. It's the idea of helping communities and NGO offering the industry expertise. And I will tell you in a minute how we want to do it. So today, I will only talk about the 2 initiatives, which are the One Day and the scholarship. So basically the One Day, it's a sort of a place where we connect researchers and communities, charities, NGOs, researchers who want to dedicate some free time, that's why we call it One Day, to help doing activities together with the NGOs. I will tell you a little more in a second. Scholarships, basically we try to provide the means to continue or to start higher education in situations where it's not possible for the student to, to be able to continue his or her studies. So for the One Day, and you will find everything on the ESOMAR Foundation website, so I will not go into the real details of how it's happening. I will give you some headlines. Basically, the idea is that companies ask their employees, or employees ask their bosses, to provide some free time to help an organization that is not able to get this type of activities by paying. So, and they can do anything. They can do training, they can do workshops, they can do ad hoc research, or maybe they can also do other things that the organization, the NGO requires, of course, providing their expertise and their time. The idea is that if the company or the employees of a company or an individual want to dedicate this time, they can actually go into our website and they can provide, there is a form where they can complete all the details, and they can say what they would like to do, and if they already have an NGO that they want to support, they can mention that. Or they can get some information from the website on NGOs that might need their help. And so we are sort of trying to be the point of reference for them. So if any companies wants to do that, there is, as I said, there's a link. You can find all the information there. I can already tell you that we have already run 3 projects. One was Toluna in India with an NGO. Another one was Skim, a Dutch international company, with an NGO in Tanzania. And the third one was Kerry in Ireland with an NGO locally. And we hope we can, do more of these things in the future. Now, scholarships. As I said, we want to help students who don't have the means to be able to continue or to start their studies at higher level, mostly at university level. So what we do, we provide every year possibly 4 to 5 scholarships possibly with some sponsors behind them, to these students. I have here the opportunity to introduce to you, well, you have been already introduced early this morning, the 3 students who are helping us today at the conference. Basically, they are all of them. They are students who were provided the foundation scholarship. And please come here. It's Tom Joe, Barbara, and Beatrice. They are studying, well, they have studied at the University of Nairobi. They have finished their studies, but they are waiting to get their degree. So they are still students. And I just want to see whether they can give us a flair of what it means to be given this scholarship, what it meant to you, and what type of extra activities you got from the foundation. It wasn't just financial, but other type of support. So maybe Tom, Joe, you want to start?
Thank you so much, Anna. My name is Tom Joe Molo. I'm a student at Nairobi University, proudly sponsored by the Isoma Foundation. That is fully sponsored, okay? I can brag about that, right? So I think let's give Isoma Foundation another round of applause. One thing I would want to say, which is short and sweet, is that if it were not for this opportunity, I'm not sure that I would have completed my master's. Reason being, I dropped out of 2 master's classes due to financial reasons. That is before Isoma came in to sponsor me for this particular master's. So this is a golden opportunity because 1, I've been able to meet a lot of people I can call friends today, that is within the classroom. I realize that education is not only about education, but it is also about the people you connect with within the classrooms. I have classmates who have become my colleagues. They call me for research opportunities, jobs, and it is amazing. I wish to really share more, but let me give my...
Thank you. Barbara.
Okay, for me, my name is Barbara, and I'm a beneficiary of the Isoma Foundation. I don't think I would be currently pursuing my master's if it wasn't for Isoma. So it was more of a miracle for me because I was basically hopeless. I was going to class knowing that I would not sit for the exams because in my school you can go to class, the lecturer will not chase you out, but you can't sit for exams without school fees. They came through for me and they paid everything, including my project, and I'm very, very grateful. So they also offer me mentorship where you're guided, they give you emotional support. There are webinars where you get to learn so much about market research and many other things. And also they offer opportunities for networking. So I'm very, very grateful.
Thank you, Barbara. Beatrice? Beatrice is a veteran of ESOMA conferences.
Thank you so much all. I will start by thanking you all because it's courtesy of you that even ESOMA has to give all of these opportunities. And I'm really happy to say that it's amazing to see that we are using data for social good. I'm really grateful and thankful. I've already completed my master's and I will say it has really elevated my career. I'm now at a very better place, doing research in better places also and contributing positively to the community. I'm really grateful and I look forward to engaging more with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just 2 things. All 3 of them and the other students who get scholarship are also given for free from ESOMA the YES membership for the time of their studies plus 1 year. And that is also to give them the opportunity to keep in touch with the community, to find a job. And in fact, since they are almost finished with their studies, the market is there for them to enter. So if you have any suggestions or any offer, please go ahead and talk to them. Thank you. Last thing I want to say about the scholarships, we have, this is also started this year. It's an online awards activity. Basically, we are offering 100 students or people, young people who want to know more about the world of research, the opportunity to follow the course of market research principles from the University of Georgia, which is a full course, and it's completely for free. Again, on the website, there is a form. People can apply. Depending on the criteria, they will be selected, and they will also be provided with webinars, mentorship, and all sorts of other support that we can. So these are basically the things we are doing at the moment, and we would like you to make you aware, because the foundation, it's actually your foundation. It's ESOMAR, it belongs to the members and to all those who are, here in this room. So we are interested in people who want to participate, who are passionate, and who want to create a movement of activities together with us. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
That was a great day. A lot of wonderful presentation, wonderful people we met. And let's have fun, drinks in the District 6 and the 6th floor. And this is where we can finish our day today. And thank you for all the presenters. It was really wonderful for taking the efforts and time to share your experiences. It was really great. Thank you very much for all. Let's go fun! Oh.